walk into this room at your own risk, because it leads to the future. Not a future that will be, but one that might be. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is Mr. Romney Wordsworth in his last 48 hours on Earth. He's a citizen of the state, but will soon have to be eliminated. Because he is built out of flesh, and because he has a mind.
You've been under investigation, Mr. Wordsworth, for the mandatory period of 1 year and 11 months. You're found to be obsolete. The purpose of this hearing is to make a finding in the matter and make a sentence accordingly. Do you understand that, Mr. Wordsworth? Your occupation, Mr. Wordsworth?
A librarian, sir.
A librarian. Having to do with books.
Yes, sir. Books.
Since there are no more books, Mr. Wordsworth, there are no more libraries. The field investigators in your sector have classified you as obsolete. Your rights are as follows, Mr. Wordsworth. You are to be liquidated within a period of 48 hours. You are obsolete, Mr. Wordsworth.
A lie. No man is obsolete.
You have no function, Mr. Wordsworth. You're an anachronism, like a ghost from another time.
I am nothing more than a reminder to you that you cannot destroy truth by burning pages.
You're a bug, Mr. Wordsworth, a crawling insect, an ugly, misformed little creature who has no purpose here, no meaning.
I am a human being.
Delusions, Mr. Wordsworth. Delusions that you inject into your veins with printer's ink. The narcotics that you call literature, poetry, essays of all kind, all of it an opiate. You have nothing but spindly limbs and a dream, and the state has no use for your kind.
I don't care. I tell you, I don't care. I'm a human being. I exist. And if I speak one thought aloud, that thought lives, even after I'm shoveled into my grave.
The Chancellor, the late Chancellor, was only partly correct. He was obsolete. But so is the state, the entity he worshipped. Any state, any entity, any ideology that fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete.
Hallo allemaal, daar zijn we er weer. RHTV Live. Ja, we gaan vandaag een ronde tafelgesprek houden. Althans, dat is de bedoeling. So, we are back, RHTV Live. We're going to have a round table discussion about all sorts of topics. And one of the topics is that a lot of people say, you have to see this movie, man. Sound of Freedom. Well, you got to see that. You got to see that. It's a real eye-opener. Well, here we have a link. There you go. Sound of Freedom. About child trafficking and stuff like that. Pretty good movie. And my thing is that people tend to forget, right? Dus we hebben hier een film, Sound of Freedom. Gaat over mensensmokkel en zoiets. Ook wel een goede film. En ja, mensen vergeten nogal snel. Ja, serieus. Want als we nou naar een andere link gaan kijken, dan zien we dus een andere film. Ja, The Whistleblower. Kijk, hier heb je The Whistleblower, film van 2010. En dit gaat dus ook over mensenhandel. So here you have a movie about the people trafficking, stuff like that, and very interesting movie to watch. The Whistleblower is a biological drama directed by Larissa Kontrecki, probably raped that name, and starring Rachel Weisz, Kondraki and Alice Kirwan wrote the screenplay, which was inspired by the story of Catherine Bolkovich or something like that, a Nebraska police officer who was recruited in the United Nations peacekeeper for DynCorp International in post-war Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1999. Right? So the whole child trafficking thing was active during the end of the 90s, you know, even before the 90s. So this is a good movie to watch. And the thing I'm going to put on table is we constantly forget, right? So do you call yourself awake when you have never seen this movie? This is based on real issues. Dit is gebaseerd op echte gebeurtenissen. DynCorp, die was dus mensen aan het smokkelen in Bosnië-Herzegovina. Die zorgde dus voor een prostitutiering en zoiets. En dit volgt dus ook een Oekraïense vrouw die dus in de prostitutiering zit. Ja. It's following a Ukrainian woman that is in the prostitution circle in Bosnia-Herzegovina, right? Raya, a young Ukrainian woman, and her friend Luba are sold to Bosnian sex trafficking ring by a relative. There you go. So, very interesting movie to watch. The Whistleblower. And as I've said, right, this is really happening. Dit gebeurt echt. Ja, we kennen Cynthia McKinney, die het dus hier over heeft. En dat laten we dan ook even zien. Dit is trouwens ook een issue dat op tafel ligt. Mensensmokkel, wat kunnen we daartegen doen? What can we do about human trafficking? It's an issue on the table. And for the people that want to discuss on the table, right, just send me a private message and I'll send you the link. Yeah. So let's take a look at Cynthia McKinney. That time, Cynthia McKinney handled Don Rumsfeld and the crew. You guys remember this? We're going to show you this here.
Ms. McKinney.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I watched President Bush deliver a moving speech at the United Nations in September 2003. In which he mentioned the crisis of the sex trade. The president called for the punishment of those involved in this horrible business. But at the very moment of that speech, DynCorp was exposed for having been involved in the buying and selling of young women and children. While all of this was going on, DynCorp kept the Pentagon contract to administer the smallpox and anthrax vaccines. and is now working on a plague vaccine through the Joint Vaccine Acquisition Program. Mr. Secretary, is it policy of the U.S. government to reward companies that traffic in women and little girls? That's my first question. My second question, Mr. Secretary, according to the Comptroller General of the United States, there are serious financial management problems at the Pentagon, to which Mr. Cooper alluded. Fiscal year 1999, 2.3 trillion missing. Fiscal year 2000, 1.1 trillion missing. And DOD is the #1 reason why the government can't balance its checkbook. The Pentagon has claimed year after year that the reason it can't account for the money is because its computers don't communicate with each other. My second question, Mr. Secretary, is who has the contracts today to make those systems communicate with each other? How long have they had those contracts? And how much have the taxpayers paid for them? Finally, Mr. Secretary, after the last hearing, I thought that my office was promised a written response to my question regarding the 4 war games on September 11th. I have not yet received that response, but would like for you to respond to the questions that I've put to you today, and then I do expect the written response to my previous question, hopefully by the end of the week.
Thank you, Representative. First, the answer to your first question is no, absolutely not. The policy of the United States government is clear, unambiguous, and opposed.
So Donald Rumsfeld is a stakeholder in DynCorp, right? I just showed you that movie, The Whistleblower. It was about DynCorp. In the movie, it has another name, but it's about DynCorp, and this is the head of DynCorp, who's being asked about child sex trafficking and stuff like that.
To the activities that you described. The second question.
Well, how do you explain the fact that DynCorp and its successor companies have received and continue to receive government contracts?
I would have to go and find the facts, but there are laws and rules and regulations with respect to government contracts, and there are times that corporations do things they should not do, in which case they tend to be suspended for some period. There are times then that under the laws and the rules and regulations,
such as human trafficking, which you're not allowed to do, right? But DynCorp does it.
For passed by the Congress and implemented by the executive branch, that corporations can get off of out of the penalty box, if you will, and be permitted to engage in contracts with the government. They're not generally not barred in perpetuity.
This company was never in the penalty box. If you could proceed to my second question, please.
The second question, I've forgotten what the second question was.
I think Ms. Jonas knows it.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
So here you have the Secretary, General of the Pentagon and stuff like that. It's like, oh my God, man. Oh my God, really? Your head of DynCorp, right? That is your income. And DynCorp is sex trafficking and stuff like that. And you don't know about this? Really? So that is something for the roundtable discussion. And let's see how many people will come on for the roundtable discussion. Right? Let's talk about this. Hier moeten we over praten, mensen. Rumsfeld, die is dan de hoofd van de Pentagon, die heeft een bijverdienste door hoofd van DynCorp te zijn. En DynCorp die gaat mensen handelen en zoiets. Dit gebeurde al heel erg lang geleden. This happened very long ago, right? So everyone is saying, you got to see that movie, The Sound of Freedom, and it's a red pill and stuff like that. Well, there is a movie like that, The Whistleblower, 2010. So how come, why do we forget all these issues, right? Why do we forget about this? These are real issues, you know, and it's been happening for ages. And the government is earning money from prostitution in other countries and, human trafficking and stuff like that. So we'll hope to have a roundtable discussion about these topics. And let's keep it clean, right? Just keep it clean and, talk about these issues. These are very pressing issues that are on the table, right? We got to solve these issues. Well, let's talk about it. And the roundtable discussion is today. This was one of the topics that we can talk about. And we're going to share the link in YouTube in the hopes that trolls won't come in the broadcast. Or you could send me a message and I'll give you the link. We could do it that way. Because, these trolls, oh my God. That's also a topic of discussion, right? Why are people trolling when you're telling the truth? Yeah? I don't understand this. Is it beyond their concept, their grasp of reality? It's really weird. Why do people do this? So if you want to join in, send me a message on Facebook and I'll give you the link. There are loads of topics to talk about. Maybe Drip wants to talk about some stuff. I'll send him the link. Wait a minute. So let's see. Yep, copy that. And I'll send you the link. There you go, Kiwi. You can drop in. Tell us what's going on in New Zealand. And, what's going on over there. Let's have a discussion about stuff like that, So, Kiwi, I sent you the link in Facebook. Well, this is off to a good start, right? I sent some links to people and no one is participating yet. Be patient. Let's share this link in other. So I hope Canada is watching. I share the link over there. And let's see if there are other groups that I can send the link to. Yep. And let's see if people are going to stream in right now. So these are one of the topics we can talk about. There are many topics on table. And let's talk. Let's talk. We want a better world, right? Well, we got to start building up a better world. Let's talk about these issues. I wish Russell Brand would be on, you know. He seems very talkative. We hebben dus de link naar verschillende groepen gestuurd. En ja, dan maar hopen dat er iemand bij komt. Zo. Oké, het geluid doet het. Goed verstaan. Even kijken. Nee, hier is er nog niemand. So, anyone willing to talk about stuff? The war in Ukraine, also very interesting topic to talk about. If anyone is willing, you can talk. You can send me a private message on Facebook, and I'll give you the link. Even kijken. So we already have 2 topics on table. Why do we forget about stuff, right? And what can we do about human trafficking? Well, those are 2 topics. And let's hope that people will join the roundtable discussion. Ja, mensen, jullie kunnen erin komen. We kunnen over van alles en nog wat gaan praten. Liefst geopolitiek of iets in de trend van geschiedenis. Maar ja, ook de huidige tijd is ook zeer, zeer interessant om naar te kijken. Zoals de automatisering. Zo kwam ik een filmpje tegen van een pizzafabriek. Pizzabakkerij, hoe heet dat? Een pizzazaak. En we gaan zo even kijken naar wat daar zich plaatsvindt. Ja, dan heb je het over automatisering van de maatschappij. Zoek even het filmpje op. So there is this video of a pizza shop in Paris somewhere, I believe it's France. And there are no people working there. All done by machines, right? It's all done by machines. And let's even terugspoelen. Oh, nou ja, dat lukt niet. So let's share the screen. So over here you see a pizza store, right? And you see all these machines making a pizza.
Viene questo processo fantastico, vedete, tutto robotizzato, ora ci mette anche il sugo, stupendo. Vedete come lo gira, questo è il futuro, addio pizzaioli. Dove è andata la pizza? Non so che sta facendo adesso.
La sta cuocendo.
La sta già cuocendo? Voilà. Che ti sembra, eh? Pazzesco, tutto robotizzato, dall'inizio alla fine. Eccola, sta uscendo adesso, ci ho messo altri ingredienti, vediamo che succede. La prende da là e poi me la ficca direttamente nel forno. Wow, stupendo! E lì vedete nel forno la cuoce. Tutto è robotizzato, non c'è una sola persona che lavora a fare la pizza e non c'è, tutto viene acquistato tramite, non ci sono neanche le casse, bisogna acquistare qua tutto. Mamma mia, che ti sembra, eh? Pazzesco, no, c'è anche uno chef, Thierry Graffani, Aspettiamo per vedere quanto... Cioè, non c'è una sola persona che lavora. Allora, mentre la fa questa la pizza abbiamo pagato 9,50 €. Ecco, ecco, adesso ritira la nostra pizza.
So tell me this, right? Why do you have to pay for a pizza when the pizza is not made by humans? Waarom moet je voor een pizza betalen als die niet door mensen gemaakt is? Ja? Maar ja, dat... this is all the automatisering, the term in Dutch. They're placing robots for people. And I am reading the chat, yeah. And there are other sites I can refer you to. Let's see if that profile is still active. TLB Talk. We have a profile there. Got to log in and stuff. So log in. We're active at TLB Talk. If you're not active on Facebook, we are over there. Let's share the screen. Wait. So. The real question is, who can pay for pizza when there's no one working? Yeah, true. There we have TLB Talk, right? We can send a message there. Haven't been on for quite a while. 14 notifications. Let's take a look here. Slumbering Sam wants to be friends with you. I was tagged in a post. Okay. Interesting stuff. I'll check it out later. But you can also send me a message on TLB Talk, right? We have that running on the background. So there are lots of stuff to talk about, right? And over here we have the round table discussion. Yitzi. So yeah, you can join in, send me a message, and we'll talk about all sorts of stuff. Let's talk about history, for example, right? There are lots of Canadians watching right now, I guess, and lots of Canadians don't know their own history. Now, let me address your history as a foreigner, right? In 1917, I know it's a long time ago, there was a big explosion in Nova Scotia, and not many people know about that. So we're going to show you some info on that. The Halifax explosion. It's also something to talk about, right? Let's never forget that. So over here, the Halifax explosion, minute by minute. Let's go back in time, right? 1917, and let's take a look at what happened back then.
During the First World War, the port city of Halifax on Canada's east coast was one of the busiest in North America. In December of 1917, it was also the site of one of the worst disasters in Canadian history. As one of the largest deepwater harbors in the world and the closest major port to Europe, Halifax was the last safe harbor for ships bringing much-needed personnel and supplies to the battlefields of France and Belgium. Ships would take shelter in Bedford Basin before setting out across the treacherous waters of the North Atlantic. At its narrowest point, the harbor is less than half a kilometer wide. To prevent collisions, ships were required to stay in 2 lanes, incoming ships on the east and outgoing ships on the west. On the evening of December 5th, the Mont Blanc, a French cargo ship carrying explosives, arrived in Halifax. Normally, ships carrying dangerous cargo would fly warning flags, but the regulations had been changed to avoid giving targets to enemy submarines. Anti-submarine nets had been strung across the harbor for the night, so the Mont Blanc would have to wait until morning to enter the safety of the harbor. Meanwhile, in Bedford Basin, a Norwegian cargo ship, the Emo, was waiting to leave on its way to New York to pick up supplies to bring to refugees in Belgium. Refueling had taken longer than expected, putting the Emo a day behind schedule. Both the Mont Blanc and the Emo would pass through the Narrows the next morning, and both would be in a hurry. Both ships started moving at around 7:30 in the morning. The Mont Blanc was guided by harbor pilot Francis Mackey, who had boarded the night before. In its hold was more than 2,000 tons of high explosives. This included TNT, picric acid, and gun cotton. On deck were 2,000 barrels of highly flammable benzene fuel. As it was leaving Bedford Basin, the Emo passed the SS Clara, an American steamer, the first ship in line to enter the harbor. The Clara was on the wrong side of the harbor, which forced the Emo to veer into the oncoming lane. Before it had a chance to correct its course, the pilot on board the Emo spotted the Stella Maris, a tugboat pulling 2 barges from the shipyard toward the basin, also traveling in the wrong lane. To avoid a collision, the Emo was forced to veer even further towards the eastern side of the harbor, putting it directly into the path of the Mont Blanc as it entered the narrowest part of the harbor. With the ships on a collision course, the Mont Blanc sounded its whistle, signaling the Emo to return to its channel. The Emo responded, signaling that it would remain on its present course. Collision was now only moments away. At the last second, the Mont Blanc steered hard to port. At the same time, the Emo cut its engines and reversed, causing the bow to swing starboard. Sparks from the collision ignited the barrels of benzene stored on the Mont Blanc's deck. Slowly, the burning ship began to drift toward the city. With the fire spreading, the crew of the Mont Blanc abandoned ship. The cruiser Niobe, which was anchored nearby, sent a boat to assist. Crowds gathered along the shore to watch the fire, unaware that they were watching a ticking time bomb. Train dispatcher Vince Coleman sent a telegram warning approaching trains to stop before reaching the harbor. The Stella Maris had returned to assist, hoping to work with the crew of the Niobe to tow the burning ship away from the shore, but they were out of time. It was the largest man-made explosion before the invention of the atomic bomb. Around 2,000 people were killed, either by the blast itself or the fires that followed. Nearly every building within 800 meters of the explosion was destroyed. Pieces of the Mont Blanc were found more than 5 kilometers away. Within days, hundreds of doctors, nurses, and other relief workers flooded into the city, along with supplies and donations from throughout Canada and the United States. As the city began to recover, people demanded answers. How could this have happened? Attention focused on Mackey and the crew of the Mont Blanc. The captain, pilot, and first officer on board the Emo were all killed in the blast. An initial inquiry found the Mont Blanc guilty of causing the disaster. The crew should have exercised more caution, knowing how dangerous their cargo was. When the case was appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada, both ships were found to be equally responsible. In their decision, the court said that in the chaos and desperation of wartime, mistakes were perhaps inevitable, and it was a series of mistakes and oversights that had led to one of the deadliest maritime disasters in history.
So there you have it, right? Let's not ever forget that. That's also a topic for discussion, right? And let's see if I can send Lead Guitar Man a link. Let's see if I'm on Twitch right now, even though you don't see it, but I hardly use Twitch, so I don't really know. how it works, but oh well. Oh well. You can also talk to me on Twitch. I'm active there. You know, I don't know how to send messages on Twitch, but you know, send me a message and I'll send you the link. So there you have that, right? That's also a topic of discussion. And let's go somewhat forward and let's see what else we have here. Nuclear war trigger in the Zaporozhye region, East Ukraine. We're watching Patrick Lancaster, you know. So let's see what else we have. Soup Mama Official is live right now. Let's see what she has to stream. There are 7 watching. Well, right now there's 8 watching.
Or German dialect, you determining alternate history without the United States. And Colonel Oates leading the Alabamans led 6 attacks against the Mainers, against the Maine men. One more attack was going to break the line. Chamberlain's men were running out of ammunition. He was down to 200 men, not killed or wounded. It wasn't looking good. He's fighting on 3 sides. He's been outflanked by the Alabamans. The 15th and 47th Alabama outflanked him, and all hope is lost. As he's contemplating what to do, he's under siege. It looks like he's going to lose everything. You might feel like that right now. It might feel like that our nation is going to just slip away and evaporate like a dying comet into darkness. And as he's making this decision on whether or not to do a bayonet attack, Chamberlain, 20th Maine Commander, there was a soldier from the 15th Alabama, probably 20, 30 yards away, behind a giant rock. If you came on my tour at Gettysburg, you see how the boulders are at the base of the round top. And this Alabaman wrote a letter to Chamberlain after the war that I'm going to try to recite from memory to you. He said, "Dear sir, I'd like to tell you about something between you and me during the Battle of Gettysburg that I am now glad of. Twice in that fight, I had your life in my hands. I saw by your uniform and your actions that it'd be a mighty good thing to put you out of the way. I found the rock and I drew a bead on you fair and square. I tried to pull the trigger, but some queer something sat down on
You see that? Save the Republic, get involved. Indeed, that's what we need to do. We need to get involved. You know, this is why we have a round table discussion, even though there's no one at the table yet. We need to get involved, right? We know what's going on. We know what's going on. And we can tell these overlords that we know what's going on, right? We moeten discussiëren, mensen. Komt allen tezamen en ja, zo kom je tot oplossingen voor bepaalde problemen. En I don't think I'm buffering, but I think she is. Yeah. Robert says, you're buffering. Well, I don't think so. Let's see if Lead Guitar Man had sent me a message. Let's see. How does this work, this whole Twitch? I don't really understand it. Okay, yeah, so. There. So. That's how it works. Well, I'm going to send you the link and we can talk about all sorts of stuff. So, there you go. So you'll be in the Yitzi, I hope. Let's see how the round table is looking like, right? There, no one in the room yet. Who knows? I sent the link. Who knows? Always keep hope, right? So we have that running in the background, right? I can send you the link if you wish to join. Ja, mensen, we moeten bij elkaar komen om te praten over allerlei issues. En nu heb ik dus wat issues aangehaald in Amerika. We have Robert Tucker as a guest. Wait, share screen. I can hear you, but
YouTube is buffering.
That's maybe because we're telling the truth here.
Yep, good possibility. Would you?
So, what's going on over there in the U.S.?
Same stuff, different day.
I heard Biden pooped his pants again.
Well, I'm sure that's a daily occurrence.
Yeah.
The big thing is they enacted the reserves to send over to
Ukraine.
Yeah, and it wasn't cooks that they enacted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very sad thing to see that the U.S. is involved in a country that's, far from the U.S., right? I mean,
Well, this is all a game by the players that control everything at the moment.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I tell you what, there's a lot of people that are not happy about this.
And we are letting them know we're not happy about this,
Yep.
So, yeah. Is there anything else on the news front? Like, I don't know, something happening in America right now?
That's about the biggest thing at the moment, other than all the politics going on with the corruption and stuff, but that's a daily thing.
What about the Bud Light, right? It was boycotted. Is it like dead now or still somewhat alive?
For the most part, they're pretty much hosed. They're screwed, but it's Anheuser-Busch, so is it really going to make any difference? People are buying other beer by the same company, so really, other than Bud Light, it's not really that big of a thing.
I wonder why. It's just because that transgender person promoted Bud Light? Is that the reason why America's like, nope, we're not going to drink that?
Well, it's not just the fact of that. It's the fact that they're shoving it in everyone's face and trying to normalize things.
Mm-hmm. It's the same here in Europe.
Yeah. I personally don't care what someone does in their own privacy, their own home, in their bedrooms. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to draw the line when it comes to influencing children and things like that. No, sorry, ain't gonna fly with me.
Yeah, same here. You have to draw the line somewhere, right?
Well, yeah. As I said, I don't care about what someone's lifestyle, what they do. It makes no difference to me. That's as an adult, that's their business.
Mm-hmm.
But until that point in time, no. Sorry.
Yeah, that's good ground to stand on, right? I mean, do whatever you want, but don't bother the kids with it. Yeah.
Exactly. And don't, here's the thing, Roger. They go around wanting special treatment, flags. I mean, they flew their flags on the White House for
Mm-hmm.
Now, question. Do you see them flying flags for heterosexual people or straight people?
No.
Is there a special flag for white people? Is there a special flag for Mexican people? Is there a special flag for Chinese people?
I don't think so, right?
You see my point?
Yeah, I do. It's like, why do you have Pride Month when there's like, you know, straight month? That's not the issue, right? There's no straight month, but there is Pride Month. It's just like weird.
Well, that's okay, but there is exactly what you're hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah.
The whole Pride Month thing is about a classification of part of the society. Is that open to the rest of society? Do we have amputee month? Do we have autism month? Do we have?
I don't think so. I don't think so. So yeah, it's weird that a minority is pushed forward, right? And we have to accept the minority as majority, right? It's like weird. Why are they pushing this on the rest of the population?
It's to cause division in the population. They're doing it with everything.
Mhm.
I'll tell you straight up, Roger. They're literally trying to drive a wedge between people in many social and political and economic issues as they can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's confuse people, right?
Well, not just confuse them, but to irritate them.
Hello, Barry. Nice to see you here.
Good evening, Rogier. Good evening, Robert.
Good evening.
So, as you know, we're having a round table discussion and talking about all sorts of stuff. Do you have any questions for the U.S., Barry?
Yeah, in a moment, I think, because I was watching some reviews on technical internals of laptops, but not top of my mind at the moment.
Okay. So, go ahead, Robert.
Did you see the video with Kamala Harris making the so-called mistake about talking about climate change, electric vehicles, and population reduction?
I haven't seen that, but I can look it up and show it to the
Kamala
audience.
Harris reduced population, and they said that was a gaffe. No, she meant what she said.
I'm going to look it up. Kamala Harris population. So she wants to reduce the population, right? Why doesn't she start with herself, right?
Well, that I kind of think would be, if they're all into that, why wouldn't that be the case, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So
if that's their answer, let's start with them.
Yeah, exactly. I'll show you guys the video in the Etsy. Let's see if it all works. So video. So share screen. Let's see. So viral gaffe. VP Kamala Harris calls for reduced population. She means pollution. It's like, oh my God, man.
Oh yeah, sure she does.
So you do see the screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna play it.
You catch that?
There you go. Reduce population. Yeah.
Yep. That wasn't no gaff. She meant what she said.
Yeah, it's a really, really sad thing to see.
You know, listen, she says, to make it better for all our kids. She doesn't have any kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like my wife says, she means our, not yours, not mine, not anybody else's.
Yeah, it's really, really weird. You know,
that's a Freudian slip.
You're not part of the club, and you got to go, right? So we're going to play this again. So you have to reduce population, right, for clean air and clean water. Barry, what's on your mind?
It's the same. It's the same as in the European Union. A lot of our leaders here, well, not my leaders, but many call them leaders. They also don't have any children, and that's really remarkable at that level and ages. Yeah, that's the way to summarize it. The Freudian slip, I think.
Yeah. She was thinking about the truth, trying to tell a lie, and the truth came out.
It's like, oops. Yep. Yeah.
You know, and I'll tell you something, and I wouldn't have believed this 30 years ago. But like you said, they don't have any kids, many of them. I believe they think that we're close to immortality when it comes to humans, be it through technology or through medical procedures. And I think that's what the pregame that we're seeing now is what they're preparing for. To where the ultra rich and the powerful will essentially have, unlimited life bar getting run over by a truck.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas us peasants will live and die in squalor.
Yeah, Elon Musk talks about it, right?
Exactly.
And all these other future technologies and stuff like that. It's really weird times that we're living in, you know?
Well, the thing of it is, Roger, there's a lot more happening than what people are actually paying attention to.
Yeah, people tend to forget, right?
Yeah, and that was the point I was going to make, that what you asked earlier, it falls down to apathy and indifference. If it isn't right there in their face and affecting them directly, they tend to ignore it nowadays.
Yeah, it's really, really sad, you know.
It's like I told people the other day when I found out that Biden had enacted reserves, and the reserves isn't the biggest thing. It's the fact that he activated the inactive reserves and the selective reserves. Okay.
Yeah, it's because he knows that when the army is being used, the population will rise up, right? Because Americans are sick of war.
Yeah. Well, sick of war that we shouldn't be in.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't being attacked. We never were being attacked. And in fact, if they hadn't been in there sticking their nose in the business, none of this stuff would be happening.
Exactly. It goes all the way back to 2014, Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt, right? And, ever since there's a war in Ukraine in the east, targeting the Russian-speaking Ukrainians.
Yep.
And now Russia is the bad man, because they're intervening in Ukraine. Whilst if you look at Israel, for example, what's going on there in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip, that's been going on for 70 years.
Yep.
And no one talks about that, So it's a weird world that we live in. What about Sudan, right? There's the army in Sudan was working with paramilitary armies to have a coup in Sudan, right? And now the paramilitary army is fighting the army, and war is over there for 3 months now.
Well,
we want peace.
The thing is, they have little mini wars going all over the place. And frankly, as it's looking now, if you look at what's happened in Congress with the hearings and stuff, it's almost like the three-letter agencies, be it the FBI, the CIA, the
NSA,
whatever acronym you want to pick, seem to think they have dominion over the presidency now.
Isn't there like a congressional hearing towards the FBI?
Yes. Yeah. And if you listen to the Democrats at the moment, they seem to think that everything the FBI has done is all well and good, and they should have done more of it. But yet, when it was Barack Obama in office, no, we can't investigate that. Or it's Biden getting bribes, we can't investigate that.
Or Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Benghazi. We know what happened in Benghazi.
Let's talk about Libya.
Exactly. Why was Libya attacked, right?
I can tell you why Libya was attacked. Because he was going to a gold-backed currency. And going to trade oil for gold, and they didn't want that.
I know. All these European countries, they were shaking hands with Gaddafi, and all was well, right? And then Gaddafi turns his back, and they attack him,
Well, and the thing of it is, Libya was a stable country.
Yeah.
2 months later, they were selling women and kids in the streets.
Exactly.
That's why I try to explain to people when they call for war, and they think, well, we should do this, we should go to war, we should do this. I says, you have not a clue. Speaking as someone who's been in war, you have no idea what the actual realities of that is.
Mm-hmm. They think it's like a video game, you got like these. Yeah. Very, very sad thing to see.
I asked him, you got kids? Oh, yeah, I got a 7-year-old daughter. I said, well, how would you feel your 7-year-old daughter all of a sudden walking down the street gets kidnapped, raped, and killed? Are you going to be okay with that because you're so hell-bent for leather to go to war?
Or a drone flies over, drops a bomb, and kills a lot of kids. It's like
exactly.
There is no apathy towards the other people. It's always my world and the rest of the world.
Well, I'll tell you this though, Roger.
No.
It isn't the people of the Western world. It's our governments, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
You just look at what went on in the past 3.5 years. They were all playing by the same playbook.
Exactly.
And it astounds me the stuff that has come out and that goes on. When if you look at what, say, Nixon did by comparison.
Watergate.
Yeah. And he resigned from office over that and actually got pardoned by Ford.
Mm-hmm.
That is preschool stuff compared to what's going on today. The corruption today is right in your face, and they don't care.
Yeah, it's if you look at the presidential campaign of Trump, right?
Yep.
They were spying on him even before he was a candidate.
Yep. And they were spying on him when he was in office, which is illegal. Yeah. They all should be hung for sedition.
treason.
No,
right?
no, that's not treason. It's sedition. There's a huge
Sedition,
difference
okay.
between treason and sedition.
Explain.
Treason is when you're working for or helping a foreign government when you're at war. Sedition is meaning that you're consciously working to overthrow the power of your government.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're doing is seditious. They're trying to supplant the power of the presidency by three-letter agencies.
Mm-hmm.
That is sedition, which carries the same sentencing, but the differences are quite large.
So if you get caught for treason, you get like the 50-year sentence, or
No, you get hung.
okay.
That is the only thing in the Constitution that prescribes a if you're found guilty totally,
Mm-hmm.
that is what you're prescribed to get. And as much as I agree with it, the problem is they've never used it for what it was designed for.
So according to the Constitution, Hunter Biden should be hung.
If it can be proven that he was working in conjunction against the United States, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Same with big old Joe Biden himself. Just because all that stuff that he's done was prior to his presidency.
Yeah, he has like documents that he stole from Congress, basically.
Exactly.
During his period in Congress, you know.
Yeah, and they're trying to get Trump on documents that he had in his own house, which Trump has legal rights to.
Didn't he like declassify these documents?
He doesn't have to. He was the president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to go by anybody else's rules but his own.
No.
And, you know, the funny thing is, Clinton had the same thing happen when it come to tapes he was keeping at his house of recordings in the White House. And the courts ruled there's nothing they can do. That's at Clinton's presidential privilege. So what makes the difference between Clinton and Trump?
Well, Trump is an outsider.
Exactly.
He's not part of the group. Yeah. I mean, say about Trump what you want, but he's never been to the Bohemian Grove, as far as I know, or other elite clubs.
And just as soon as he found out about what Epstein was all about, he kicked him out of all of his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, think about this. They tried to impeach that man 3 times.
Yeah.
If he wasn't squeaky clean, they would have actually been successful in impeaching him.
But he is squeaky clean, so...
Exactly.
Yeah. They're having a very hard time putting him behind jail, you know?
Well, the stuff they're charging him for right now is absolute bullshit. I cannot believe that any judge is even allowing this to be heard in a court. But see, the problem is, you have 30% of the population that's too stupid to understand what's going on.
Well, we are explaining, you know? So, basically you have the two parties working together with each other. Barry, you want to talk? So
Yeah, I want to chip in a little bit about. I never call people stupid, even if I think they are. What I'm telling them is you don't have all the information yet, and it's a lot to take in. If you were never open to that side of reality, of what happens behind closed door and at the highest level of geopoliticians, because you want the people to be involved, not push them away by...
Oh, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
But speaking as someone who's been doing this for years, when you present somebody with the evidence and you literally show them and they willfully ignore it, what do you call that?
Yeah, I know. But I like the approach that what's his name? It's a lot of pigmented man. He does astronomy physicians. He's a lot on TV. He was the president of that galactic house thing. What's his name again? Tyson, something Tyson.
Oh, Tyson?
Yeah, not a boxer, of course, but a scientist. He said, what do you... Yeah, okay. He always says he has a method for it. He asks people when they don't believe him about it. He says, what do I need to present you so you will believe me?
Mm-hmm.
But see, you have to have somebody, when he's talking about science, it's much easier for somebody to present to them that there's something scientific and here's the scientific proof for it. What you're dealing with in politics isn't hard science, it's ideology.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a difference. Yeah.
You know, for example, you look at what happened with COVID in the past 3.5 years.
Yeah.
And you look at all the information that's come out. Okay. There are still people who vehemently believe everything that they were told in the beginning. No matter how much you show them that, hey, this has been come out and shown not to be true. Just like masks don't work, or the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting, transferring, or dying from COVID. You can show them all of that, and they still will not believe you.
Yeah, it's a very hard thing to think progressively, right? You know, some people live in the 50s, basically. They wear 50s clothes and listen to that kind of music and, you know, stuff like that.
Well, it's not even that, Roger. For example, myself.
Yeah.
When I talk about beliefs, I really don't have beliefs. If I think something to be true and somebody shows me that it's not, I change my opinion on that. Because when people say, well, there's your truth and there's my truth. No, there's not. It isn't my truth. It isn't your truth. It is the truth.
Yep.
And when you can't get people to accept that because of a political ideology or a social ideology, and they won't even begin to question, maybe they were wrong.
Yeah. Well, people don't like to be wrong, you know?
I love to be wrong. If I'm wrong, exactly. Show me I'm wrong. Because I want to be right. I want to know what the truth is.
Same here.
If you can prove me wrong, certainly do it.
Yeah. Even though no one does it, you know.
And all the times that I've been holding panels, Roger, I've had one thing that I was actually wrong about, and someone pointed it out, and I changed it that very minute. And I made sure everybody understood that what I had said before was incorrect.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do, you know. If you make a mistake, correct it, right?
Exactly. And then you move to the position of rightful information. Which is another thing that they're doing, is they're literally trying to erase truth.
Yeah. That's also censorship and, you know, stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So, but I think that people have this awakening and then they fall asleep again, you know, and they forget about what really happened. As I've shown you, right? Cynthia McKinney was asking Donald Rumsfeld about DynCorp, the human trafficking.
Yep.
You know, and now you have this movie, The Sound of Freedom, which is a pretty good movie. I've seen it. and everyone is talking about it. It's like, oh, that's the red pill. That's, you know. Well, in 2010 there was a movie, almost the same topic. So, and you know, people forget about it.
Okay, you can go all the way back to Boys Town. That was back, I believe, in the 70s that talked about all this stuff. And you can go back even further than that. The problem is most people don't pay attention to anything unless it affects them directly. That's the problem.
Yeah, the NIMBY, not in my backyard.
Exactly.
Well, it is my backyard, you know. The whole world is my backyard.
But see, they don't see it that way.
Yeah.
You know, I want the same. I want the same freedom and liberties for you and for Barry as I would want for myself. I want the same justice. I want the same being able to choose and live the way you choose, not to be forced upon you.
Exactly. That is true freedom. Yep.
And what people don't seem to understand is if you wish to limit someone else, you're only limiting yourself.
Yeah. Your fear does not have to limit my freedom.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's always interesting to have you on, you know. It's Miran.
What helps for me is when I say to people, even if you don't mind politics, politics will mind you. From when you were born till you're dead, and even somewhat after.
Absolutely.
Because you have to pay.
Always pay. Every year you get less for more money.
Yeah, and even when you're dead, they're gonna.
But they're doing it for us. They're so
gonna
good
dig
for
you
the
out of your
people.
grave to let you pay something.
Welcome, Miran. Nice to have you here.
Is it Miriam?
No, it's not Miriam. It's Miranda.
Miranda, okay.
Yeah. Hi, hello.
Hello.
And you're Robert, I think.
Yes, I am Robert.
And
the
where
infamous
are you
Robert.
And where
the
are you
exiled from YouTube.
Oh. And you're from the USA?
Yes, ma'am.
Which part of the USA?
Michigan.
Because I'm just curious.
No, that's fine. I'm from Michigan.
Which is somewhere in the middle.
I live right in the middle of the Great Lakes.
Oh, yeah, well, it was always such a dream for me to want to go there. But I've never been there, and then all of this shit happened in the last few years, and then I was like, oh my gosh. And Roger actually told me a lot about history and stuff. So now I'm like, okay, why is the USA always like sticking their nose in everyone's business? Why is that?
I could give you several reasons for that. None of them are good.
Well, I wouldn't expect it to be good. I wouldn't expect it to be good, actually. But I was wondering, how is life over there? Is it are you guys in the same sort of financial problem?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Because in Holland, I've got the idea that it's now not the poorest people, but like more the the standard, the model earners and stuff, like the middle, just the people. You know, the rich are getting richer, richer and richer, and but that's the same there.
The thing, and I'll explain it this way. The thing that makes the United States unique in many ways is that it used to be that if you're entrepreneurial and you had the mind to start your own business and be successful, you could climb the social ladder. The only thing you had to do is take the opportunity. And that's what America was about opportunity. But now that's not the case. The laws that are being put in place and the corporate control of everything is making it next near impossible for that to happen anymore. For example, when people use the idea, and they call capitalism. Capitalism isn't the same thing as free trade. Not by a long shot. Now, say, for example, if I had apples, I had an apple orchard in my backyard, and I wanted to go sell apples. I used to be able to do that. Now you cannot. Even our farms are being bought up by major corporations and billionaires. The things that made America great are also, unfortunately, being used against its own population.
Yeah, well, but that's exactly the same thing. I think that's happening here. Well, not the big corporations, but here it's the government who's gonna oblige the farmers to just to go because of climate change. I cannot hear that word. I was laughing last night.
Such bullshit, climate change and.
We've got a guy here in the parliament, and he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna spend 28 billion euros on 0.00036 maybe less degrees this year it's gonna warm up." So we're like, what?
Well, let's clear the air real quick. Is climate change real?
No.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but then you cannot change it.
Let me clarify that. It depends on how you define climate change. The climate on this planet has been changing for billions of years. It always will. And this planet doesn't care if we're here or not.
Mother Nature.
Exactly. And what they talk about CO2, we were literally at one point at less than 300 parts per billion. And speaking from somebody that has grown many plants in a greenhouse and enclosed indoors, at 150 to 200 parts per billion, plants die. Now, from the ice cores of Greenland and from the ice cores in Antarctica, less than 13,000 years ago, the CO2 levels were over 1,000 parts per billion. But yet we were in an ice age. So if CO2 was the driving factor to greenhouse gases, it should have been screaming hot back then, should have not.
Yeah.
But see, everything they base upon, that they cite all these things to people, only goes back to 1978.
Yeah, or to just researchers that they have a lot of studies that they throw up our tables, and then it's like, oh, let's see in this scientific report and blah blah blah. But it's always only the reports that match their thoughts.
Exactly.
I think the most, I think it's kind of funny actually, because last night I was BBC.com or something. And I checked the website, and there was like a picture of Greece. I think it's an island of Spain. I think that's the fire and in Greece, Italy, Spain, it's like 48 degrees last week and stuff. And then all of a sudden I got a notification on my phone from a Dutch news website, like mainstream, and it was like, in the last 10 years we've already got like 2.7 less degrees more heat, more warmth in of the earth. And I was like, what is this? I just read like that everything is on fire and that it's 48 degrees in Greece and Italy and Spain, and then all of a sudden, because it's on their thoughts, and because that's what they want us to believe, they're gonna say some things like, 2.7 degrees less warming up on the earth. Oh, that's fantastic. And then I'm like, it's all so fake, and then I can just laugh about it because it's too stupid. If you read the mainstream every day and you don't understand that it's all fake, then yeah, I think just a lot of people don't read it anymore, and they shut their eyes for it because it's not really nice. When you know, you know. And when you know, yeah, it's not like you're gonna be really happy with everything you read, because we see it all happening, I think. But that's just my opinion.
No,
But I,
that's a very legitimate position to have.
but I will never call people stupid because they don't know the things or whatever. I mean, they just are they're not busy, or they're not doing anything about that. They're too busy with their children and their husbands or wives or work.
Work.
And
Yeah.
But hold
so
on here. Hold on. Let me add a caveat to that. Let me ask you this. When does it become a point in time when you literally have to bring things right to a person's nose and make people understand that certain things have to stop? And the question I asked somebody, I says, when do you speak up? While you still have the opportunity to? Or when they say, get on the train? When do you speak up? And Barry, go ahead. Jump in anytime you want.
Yeah, I think it all starts with the school, the education and the parents. Because when you start to do stuff after the fact, that's way more difficult to change stuff.
Absolutely. I think the saying is, it's easier to lie to someone than it is to convince them they've been lied to.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that
they don't
meme.
want to know.
It's a great meme where you have two booths. One says convenient truth, and the other one says, what does it say? Something like the truth or something. The convenient truth has a long, long line, and before the other stand, no one is there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and don't get me wrong, Miranda or Barry. Speaking of someone, my life experiences between being in the military and seeing and coming to the realization after serving in the military and finding out that everything that I did during that time was based on lies, it makes you take a really hard look at every part of the world. And I'm not speaking of the people. I'm speaking of the political climate and the business climate. And bar all of the absolutely out there nuts stuff. But what they do is they take truth and wrap it in a bunch of baloney.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is people they're attracted to the fanciful ideas instead of the cold, hard, simple facts.
Yeah, exactly. But we're giving cold, hard, simple facts, over here on RHTVLive. So it's all nice to have you on panel,
I think they'd rather believe a beautiful lie than the ugly truth.
Absolutely.
Yep. And I sometimes I can understand them, because there were times in the beginning, there were times that I was like, geez, I wish I never knew all of this, because it changes you a bit. Like, okay, what I've been lied to all my life. What's happening here, and what can we do against it? And when you see that nothing is working, and all of those people, they were really harsh, by the way. They were really like, oh, you should die, and I hope you die, and you have to give up your place in a hospital, and blah blah blah. And I was like, wow, man, I've never in my life tried to be in somebody's area when I was having the flu or something. So why am I now all of a sudden a danger? It was like we were on like some heavy disease or something, and they were just afraid getting it.
But that's what they use to drive people, is fear. And now let me ask you a question. Those upon who wished literal death upon you, if they're so quick to do that without any, shall we say, reasonable thought or critical thinking, why should we return that? Are we supposed to coddle
Return,
them?
how do you mean? Hold on. Return what or how?
Pardon?
You said we have to, how do we have to return that? I don't get it. Return what or
What
how?
I'm saying is, okay, I guess I needed to explain that a little better. If they were so quick to wish death upon people for not following their belief system, what about the next one that comes along? Are we supposed to trust that all of a sudden they've had a come to the light moment and finally figured out critical thinking? Or do we wait until we don't have the ability to even speak out?
Yeah, but do you mean if we have to forgive them? Or
I'm not saying about forgive. What I'm saying is, if this were to transpire again,
yeah.
are we supposed to coddle those people at this point in time? Or should we call out what really is in the truth?
Call out what really is, even though there are consequences. You may get banned or whatever.
No, you should never comfort somebody with a lie. I think that's my thing. Don't comfort them with a lie or something. So don't.
But that's my point, though.
Yeah.
What makes people think at this point in time, anybody who, if they don't wish to understand what has really happened, or if they're so ingrained in their ideology that you can't get them to see the truth, what makes you think that the next time around that they literally may actually vote to have you killed because you don't follow the ideology?
Well, I think that those people are really close-minded, and personally, I've got I find that very hard because I try to be open-minded for like everything, even though I don't believe in something. If I want to hear from someone, if somebody else believes in something, I want to hear them, and maybe they can surprise me with fantastic arguments or founded things, and I'm like, okay, maybe you can be right, and I want to be that person, but I think the whole world is a bit effed up, and that there are two little people for two little people to do this. Right, and to be just normal to each other and have some respect.
Hey, hello guys. Please continue. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Hello, Serbia. Serbia is also watching.
Yeah, hello guys. It's really interesting conversation, so I just wanted to join.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And when I saw your name, Robert Tucker, yeah. I and the way that you were speaking, I could tell that you're a serious guy.
Oh, I have to be.
Yeah, I can tell.
It's unfortunate because sometimes people think I'm a little hard, but like what I'm speaking about with Miranda is that these people would have given us no quarter. We were only literally one law away from being put in concentration camps. So where have we seen that before?
Second World War, right?
Oh yeah, I agree that slavery is more active now in today's society than it was ever before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I, I don't know if I have a way to share a page on this. Is there a way for me to share a web page?
We can post in the message in the chat.
No, you can share here, Robert. When you move your mouse around, are you on a PC?
Yes.
Yeah, when you move your mouse around, you will see a pop-up on the bottom with a lot of icons.
Yep.
It's the third one from the left, and when you click it, it explains itself.
Toggle file view. Okay, let me try this now, see if it works. 1 second.
Yeah, we wait. And then at the meanwhile, I can tell my notes. I had a few little notes while you all were talking. I like the quote. I don't know who said it, but the only fear we have to fear is fear itself, because governments use that a lot.
It was JFK.
Churchill.
Yeah, that one.
Churchill.
Was it Churchill? Okay.
And the family and friend groups in the Corona times, they had a lot of opposites. So it reaches everyone, not immediately, but then by proxy. So when you hunt, you don't go around shouting and throwing rocks and so. You're quiet and you wait for the animal to come to hunt. In that same principle, all the people among each other can use that fear thing, but from the other information side. This forces people to think, or just blank out, like a lot of them choose. But I think that's the tactic for me.
Yeah, I mean, fear tactics were always the strongest ones, right? Fear tactics always work.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be afraid of the people that are ruling over us.
No,
we should confront these people.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
don't
we should
think
do.
that we're afraid from those people. I just think that a lot of people that don't have time to bother about that. They just don't care, right?
Well, when there was a lockdown,
Okay.
there
I have a
wasn't.
question about that. Do you think that Corona and all the lockdowns, do you think that more united people or opposite?
It united people within the country, right? But the countries dealing with each other, that was also united, but within political framework, right? The population was left outside.
Yeah, but I'm talking about society, person to person. I think it more divided us than actually connected us, unfortunately. And it should be the opposite.
Well,
right?
it wasn't the pandemic itself that divided people.
But it had huge impact, right?
Yes, it was all of the things that they were telling people, and some people were learning the truth, some people weren't. Some people weren't believing it, some people were. And as you said, fear for many people was a driving factor.
Yeah. Yeah, because they were using that. They were telling, like, basically, if you don't take a vaccine, you're good as dead, right? I mean, I don't know. That's basically what they were, telling on the national news, right? All over the world.
Or you were cut out of society, right?
Yeah. You can't go to work, right?
Yeah.
And stuff. Yeah, I think that's really, I mean, that's probably like the first thing that happened, to the, to human society, in the last, I don't know how many centuries, because we were forced, we were pushed to do something against our will,
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that is like really crime, crime against the people. That what happened.
Never forget.
Yeah.
What am I looking at? Ligies Quebec. What is this?
But I want to show you something, and this is an example. And it isn't just Quebec. I found this in the CDC. I found this over in Australia, and I found the same wording in New Zealand. Okay. I don't know how to blow this up, but anyways, I'll go through.
Control plus sign. You can blow it up with the control plus sign.
Control plus.
Control what?
Control plus.
Yeah.
Control
plus. The plus sign.
All right.
First, click in it. So you click in the document you're showing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You hold control and then repeat plus till you're liking.
Yep. Give me 1 sec. Okay, and I'll go through just the highlights of this, but it says the object of this act is the protection and health of the population and the establishment of conditions favorable to the maintenance and enhancement of the health and well-being of the general population. This was 2001. This was amended in April 1st, 2023. Now, buried way deep in this document, and this is in Quebec, All right. And you keep going and going and going. And as you can see, they've rescinded and changed a lot of things through this document. And what a lot of people don't realize is I think they had much more planned and figured out that if they were to try it, that they would have ended up in civil wars in many countries. And as you can see, I'm still scrolling, and most people won't take the time to read all this. And then we're still going and still going and still going.
You know, that's politics. They make rules and rules and rules and rules.
Okay.
So rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah. And they also word it in a way that it's so sneaky, right? They word it so smart that you don't even know, you know, what is happening.
So getting up here, and we're at 123. Now, the first part is just says notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, meaning if there's a law against this. While the public health emergency is in effect, and every country went under an emergency through the COVID, government or the minister, if he or she has been so empowered, which meaning the Emergency Act, may without delay or without further formality to protect the health of the population. So basically that gives them unmitigated powers. The very first thing is order compulsory vaccination of the entire population or any part of against smallpox or any other contagious disease seriously threatening the health of the population. And if necessary, prepare a list of persons or groups who require priority vaccination. That means they literally can force the whole population into this. And we'll go through. The first thing is order, closing educational stuff, things like that. Order any person or thing to help the government, prohibit entry, things like that, mundane stuff. Order construction.
Yeah, the thing about this, I just want to mention this, is that they portrayed that, for example, I experienced that on myself, that because I didn't want to take a vaccine. And it was like I'm endangering the society, the people around, right? So you're threatening, people around you, like they outcast you, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But let's continue here. And at the bottom, order any other measure necessary to protect the health of the population. Order any other measure necessary to protect the health of the population. How do you define that?
This would be like Trudeau freezing bank accounts in Canada, right?
Okay, but it gets better. The government, the minister, or any other person may not be prosecuted by reason of an act performed in good faith in or in relation to the exercise of those powers.
So even though Trudeau was wrong by freezing bank accounts,
they can be prosecuted about that.
Can be prosecuted. Now it gets better. Okay, this is basically saying that while the public emergency is, they have direct power, and it says where compulsory vaccination is ordered under Section 123, the minister shall make necessary the vaccines available. Basically, they're making sure that they can buy it and costs. Now you get to 126. If a person fails to submit to a vaccination ordered under the Section 123, a judge of the Court of Quebec or of the municipal courts of cities of Montreal, Laval, or Quebec, having jurisdiction in the locality where the person is to be found, may order the person to submit to vaccination. In addition, the judge may, if satisfied on reasonable grounds that the person will not submit to the vaccination, and if of the opinion that the protection of the public health warrants it, order that person to be taken to a specific place to be vaccinated.
Yeah, it's like a witch hunt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like that, right? Yeah.
Essentially what that does is it doesn't matter what it is. They can force you into anything by that very act.
Yeah, and don't take any responsibilities about that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're totally free of that.
They've literally made themselves immune to breaking the law.
Yeah.
They are the gods that rule over us, you know.
Yeah,
and
they
plebs.
force you to sign the contract that you're taking on your own behalf, on your own risk, something that you're forced to do, right? Which is crazy, right? It's like an anomaly.
Yeah, but here's the other rub. Trudeau and Biden themselves, well, mandates were just suggestions. We didn't force anybody to do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
And now the other rub to that is that part of that section has been around since 2001.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't something they just thought up out of the blue.
I mean, it's not a secret that, you know, that this was like a thing that was, you know, expecting to happen, right?
They have a whole list, right?
Yeah.
Imagine this. There's a room, smoky room of people, you know, and they have a list. How can we scare the population? On number one, use terrorism, right?
Death.
Create proxies to terrorize the people, right?
Yeah, but you know, there are only two ways to rule the people, right? It's either by fear or by respect, right? And to be loved by people. So
fear or force.
Yeah, fear or force. I mean, it's the same thing, right? So
I believe Miranda wanted to say something.
Mm-hmm.
Miranda, are you still there?
Yeah, I think that they did an excellent job. It was almost genius, a genius way, because the thing that people have the most fear of is death.
Yep.
That's almost everybody's biggest fear. But yeah, well, you know, you can just walk out of the door and drop dead because you don't have to say anything about you don't have to say anything about that because you cannot do that because when it's your time to go, you're gonna die. Maybe I sound too simple, but I don't mean it harsh or anything. But that's just the way that I think about it. And if you have to live with fear for dying, you don't have a life.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't think that any of us here have a fear from death, to be honest. You know, but their whole campaign when all this started to happen was like, we need to save our elders, right? We need to save our grandparents, our parents, right?
Yeah.
Because they're in danger one, and you should, you know, you should to make you feel bad because you're endangering them, right?
But we never were in the first place because I don't know, but we've been.
It was never about us. It was never about us.
We've been talked to like we were little kids. Like if I was having a really bad flu, you really think that I would ever have gone to my fucking grandparents? No, of course not, or to any other people.
Yeah, but the symptoms of corona was like after two weeks, right?
No.
It was something like that, right? It can manifest after 2 weeks.
No, 5 days.
Incubation, that time was
5 days. Oh, okay, 5 days. I mean, even 5 days, it's you know, it's a long time, right? Because you can see a lot of people in 5 days, right?
So
yeah,
what were the rules over there in Serbia, right?
Well,
Did you need to wear a mask in public places, or?
Yeah, basically you had to you had to have like the passport, like the COVID passport, in order to be on the public you know, places, you know, like especially during the night, you know, going to the clubs, bars, whatever. You need to have like the passport in order to, you know, to be out.
So that passport, was that like a document or an app on?
It was basically the QR code that you scan, and you have on your phone. And when police comes, you know, you just show them on your phone that you have like that pass.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, that's it. I mean, there were many ways to, you know, to copy that. I mean, I was doing that honestly, but still, I mean, it's still bad. I mean, it's not justifiable. I don't think it's. I mean, it's pure terrorism, you know, and.
Robert, the mic is yours.
Okay, what he's talking about, I don't know if you all are familiar or know this. But exactly what he's talking about, they've turned over to the WHO.
Yeah.
The whole vaccine passport thing and the databases and all that stuff and how to do it and implement it. And what's going on now with the World Health Organization and the treaties, and one thing people understand is the treaties are already in place. They don't have to be, they're not voted on or anything, they're already there. Have been since like 1958. They're doing 300 amendments to them that basically gives the WHO sovereign power over the nations that are on this treaty when it comes to QR codes, tracking for vaccination, everything. Also to dictate what kind of medications you get, who gets what medications, and when. Also,
and let's not forget that governments were getting tons of money for that as well from the pharmacy companies.
Oh yeah. But what I'm saying is the amendments and stuff that are coming up to this, which gives them, and I'm just hitting a basic highlights. If you go and read the 300 amendments and all the stuff that comes along with it, it's absolutely insane.
I'm sure it is.
If our leadership doesn't speak out and say we don't accept this, it's automatic. It's an automatic in. Those countries that are signed on to that treaty, which is all of ours.
Was there any country in the world that was like, we don't care about the vaccines, we don't acknowledge coronavirus?
I believe it was North Korea or something like that. You know, that said nope, we don't acknowledge it, and stuff like that.
So only I think only North Korea was. I think that was the only country, right?
No, I think there was a couple in Africa as well.
Yeah, could be.
Oh yeah, they have bigger problems than that.
Well, yes, they do. But here's the big tell. I believe only like 13% of the population of Africa actually got any vaccine whatsoever against COVID. If you look at the statistics from Africa compared to all other Western nations, when it comes to, shall we say, excess deaths, they don't have them.
Yeah, they had the least. Yeah, but there was a big conspiracy about that. Basically, they didn't even when a person dies, right, in a hospital, they were just saying like it was COVID, right? They didn't even bother to say maybe it was heart attack, maybe it was this or that. They had this assignment to put like that it was from COVID, right?
Yes.
Just to manipulate with the news and the death counts and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But one thing that I'm speaking of isn't past. I'm speaking of the here and now. If you look at the statistics and stuff coming out now,
what is happening now?
Many countries are above their baseline, anywhere between 10 up to 40% in expected deaths, and for all cause, not just any singular one. And at this point in time, none of them seem to be wanting to investigate why that is. Albeit there is now papers being published about what they think it is, but there's no, at this point in time, there's no factual truth, but there will be soon. I have a good reason to. I think that
what do you think? What do you think? What is your opinion on that?
I think many people. It's already been proven that there was some people who got like you call a super dose, and then a minimal dose, and then really no dose at all. And in those ones, this has already been shown in public papers that the people who had the so-called super doses, most of the adverse reactions were in that group. Now, the other thing is they tried the same thing with HIV, and people ended up having their immune systems absolutely destroyed against things that would normally not bother you.
Yeah.
I think that's a good, reasonable thing that they may find.
Yeah, and I also agree with that. I also heard that, and I was reading about that. it's like the antibiotic, right?
Yeah,
Basically, they were like they were telling like, okay, it saves you. Yeah, I mean, it's hurtful maybe, in some things, but it also saves you from corona. Like, they were just justifying that, because it saves you from corona, right?
but hold on here though. Hold on. Show me one proof, one published proof that the vaccine actually did anything that they claimed it did.
Yeah, actually it works. Yeah.
There is no proof,
There is no proof. I totally agree. I think that's a bunch of bullshit, to be honest. And also it was fun. It's so funny how corona comes and goes. Depending, from the stuff that is happening in the world, right?
Yeah.
So
if you look,
in 1 week, that's like the most important news, the major news. But if something else happening in the world, they just transition to that, and corona is suddenly no one is mentioning corona, right?
Well,
and then it comes back, after some time when it's convenient.
Thanks
right?
to Putin, right? The corona is gone. Barry, the mic is yours.
Yeah, the truth for a lot of people that are wandering in the woods while they are seeking for the highway is that they believe it. So they don't care about proof. We are fighting against people that don't research themselves. They don't want to be bothered. They just want to complain. So the truth is a word that has meaning for some, but not for a lot.
But I also think that with this COVID stuff and vaccinations, and it also woke up a lot of people, right? I mean, there's a lot of people that were actually like sleeping, and all this stuff when it started happening, they were like, okay, something is terribly wrong, right? They woke up. So I mean, there's like two types of people. People that don't care. They just want to, with the ships, they just follow blindly. But there's also a lot of people actually, like we are, that they're like using their brains, thinking about it, and see that something is terribly wrong, right? There, people are waking up. It's not like that bad and terrible, to be honest.
Well,
I'm not that pessimistic.
Well, people are waking up, but they're also falling asleep again.
Yes.
Robert.
No, I'm going to say exactly what you just said. Many people did, for a bit, start to pay attention. Now, either because, and I've run into this a lot, it isn't that they don't understand or have the capability to understand. They're afraid of knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Or they don't have time to bother about that, right? I mean, they're suffocating us, with so many things.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
That's part of it.
Yeah, that you don't even, you don't even have time to think about that, right? You're just like, I'm gonna do it. I don't have time to bother and to fight, against the system. Because it's like, the battle that you can't win, and also it's a battle that you need to dedicate it. You need to dedicate yourself fully. If you want to be against the system, right? You need to be a rebel, and that means that maybe you won't have a job. You can have a family. You can have anyone that depends on you, because
Yes.
you can fight those wars. If you have like 2 kids and a wife, right?
But hold on. That rolls back to my question earlier. I had a lot of people say that, and I understand this. I had to do this to do this. I had to take that so I could keep my job or go to the grocery store or take care of my children or whatever. And I understand that point of view, but here lies the problem. When do you speak up? When does it become a realization that if you don't speak up now, you will not have the ability to speak in the future?
Exactly. That's why we're having this roundtable discussion,
Yeah, but I think that you can actually do both. You can be vocal about it. I mean, if you're forced to do it, for example, I know a lot of people that actually took a vaccine, right? But they're totally against it, and they preach about it, and they say it's wrong, and they say, that what is happening is bad, and they talk about it, right? So they're not blinded, they were just forced because of the circumstances, in their life, to take it. But as long as you're vocal about it, and talk about it, I think, it's not like it's not that gave up, right? I mean, the voice of the people is the most important thing.
True.
Right now.
Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, Barry, mic is yours.
Yeah, I had enabled a microphone and one from the live and all the platform. Yeah, I think that speaking out is of course good, and you will help people that are prepared to listen. It's from all centuries, but I'm afraid that people live too short as species, as humans, the generations.
Absolutely.
So I, for one, at school had never cases like these that I could have been prepared for what happened the past few years. It's just logical thinking and interest. How do you say this in English?
I understand what you say.
That made me think further, and the one that woke me up was in 2013 in Denmark. Rosa Koire, do you know her, Robert?
Say that again.
Rosa Koire.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
Okay, I have her on my YouTube. I will put the link in the chat later on. So she told about everything that is happening right now in the past few years back in 2013. And she worked for the government. She had a too high declassification level for her job. So she saw things she should never should have known.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading actually those documents that were leaked online. Like the manifest. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Even
Hold
before
on,
Corona.
let Barry finish.
Before we divert, so what is one of the humps we have to take, the hurdles we have to take, is that people don't take the time to look in it for seriously. So in a short amount of time, you have to say things that will, that everyone has in their life, so it becomes recognizable. All the new information is almost like pushing them away. I think. That was it.
I agree with you on that because I've seen it. But what I also see is people would rather be distracted by something silly rather than to sit down and critically think about what they're being told.
Yep.
It's almost like they want to ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist.
This is why there's a Hollywood and all
It's
these
easier.
movies.
It's easier that way. It's easier that way, right?
Yeah.
To pretend that something doesn't exist, But also, they're systemically trying to eliminate, that critical thinking in the people, right? Just to obey and not to use your logic and common sense. Just to to obey and to listen what they tell you, and also to distract you with the other things that you don't have time. It's like when you accepting the agreements and the terms online, you don't have time to read all 40 pages, right, of the terms.
True.
You're just gonna accept, because I don't have time for that. Basically, that's it, right? So they made it so hard for you that you're like, I don't have time, to bother with this.
Okay, but hold on. Let me roll back to science. Are you familiar with the milligram experiment?
Remind me about that.
Okay. When they actually had people come in, volunteers, and they had actors behind the screen, and they were supposedly giving them a medical procedure that involved electric shocks. And 65% of the people, when they were told by an authority figure, would continue to give electric shocks, even though the machine itself could cause death to the person.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to this kind of stuff, and this is what I was talking about Miranda earlier.
But that's position of power. I think that's
Well, but
something
that's what
different.
I'm saying. When people will follow even to the absurdity if we sit back and allow that to happen. The authority figures, most people, will do what they're told, even though if they know that the consequences of that could be the death of the person that they're inflicting upon. And we have enormous amounts of examples of that throughout history.
The syphilis experiment,
Yeah.
you know, that's one of them.
The gas chambers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you want to get down to the nuts and bolts of it, if like Miranda was saying, if you want to get down to the nuts and bolts of that kind of stuff, you have to realize that a person who would wish death upon you, if they were putting it into a position, like say they were a guard and you were put in a quarantine camp, and they were ordered to give you a shot that may kill you, they'd do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm saying we have to be very careful about giving those types of people any kind of quarter, because they don't care about critical thinking. They don't care about proof. They don't, you could tell them everything that's going on and show them everything, and they still will follow their authority figures.
Yeah, and there is also that some people, you know, most of the people are actually destructive, right? So that there is also that, unfortunately.
So
yes,
I'm going to share a link that I was presented. Rosa Cora about sustainable goals, Green Deal. We're not going to show everything, but a couple of minutes. Let's see what she has to say here.
Yeah, you can skip through it. I shared the link for Robert, and Bruca and Miranda also did not see it.
Yeah, we got the link.
Oh, sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, they heard it. So go ahead, skip through it, Rogier.
Any minutes that are interesting, like half an hour or?
Yeah, all of it.
Yeah.
I don't know all of it.
I will certainly listen to the whole thing when I give them the chance.
So we're going to take a few minutes to listen to this here.
Mhm.
We know him. So this is pretty interesting. Thanks for the link.
Yeah, it is. But I have to say something about that is misleading. That she quoted. You need to understand that laws that apply to a country that is in war are totally different that normal laws. So that when your country is at war, right? Your old property is basically belongs to your country. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to your country, right? So it can be seized, it can be taken, it can be because you're at war. So it's totally different than because she was mentioning that. So I just want to say, because I'm from the country that was in many wars, so that's why I know that it's totally different.
Okay, Barry,
Yeah,
Barry, yours.
Yeah, the thing is, I've seen the whole thing a few times. She is quoting that from before the World War II started, because now it's coming back in, let's forget about Ukraine, in the Netherlands. There is no war, but it's still coming back.
Well,
Yeah.
the government targeted us as the potential terrorists and stuff like that. So, it's strange times we live in. Robert, your mic is off, by the way. You have to turn on the mic.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to go use the bathroom quick. I may have missed this, but I had heard talking about when governments are at war.
Yeah.
Is when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
You do realize that every Western government is under emergency authorization. Or example, like Canada would have never been able to do what they do if it wasn't for the emergency authorization. Same thing as war powers. Same thing in the United States. And I would bet the same thing in every other Western country because of the pandemic.
Oh, okay, so that was emergency at that point. Oh, okay, I didn't know about that.
Because legally, everything they did in the United States for this, they couldn't do without the Emergency Act. Same thing in Canada. I don't know about the Netherlands or where you're at, but I would guess it's exact same.
Yeah, I mean it's the same in Europe. When your country declares emergency, that the normal laws they don't apply anymore, right? They're totally different. It's totally different game at that point, right? But using pandemic to to declare emergency is it's really bad because you're not at war, and and government is using all their power to use and abuse that against you.
That's basically invisible warfare, right?
Yeah, invisible. Yeah, invisible warfare.
You don't see the enemy.
They're already, they're already starting the precursors again to the same thing. If you look up CCHF in the United Kingdom or Britain, you will see that they're already starting the same thing for a different viral disease. And rinse and repeat.
Yep, basically.
Yeah, now they have like the pattern, right? And it's gonna happen over and over again.
Well, it's just like that milligram experiment I was telling you about. This past pandemic already proved to them that a large share of the population will go along with anything, no matter how absurd it is. To the point of wishing death upon people that don't agree with them.
Yeah, but I wouldn't underestimate the power of the people, and when people get sick of all that bullshit, right?
Well, hold on though.
And they say like, okay, we don't care anymore. You can't force me to stay at home. You can't force me, to do this and that just because you have like the same fucking excuse every time, right? People get sick of that, and then table can turn at that point, right?
Yes, it can.
No. Yeah,
But
I don't
hold on,
think the next
hold on, though.
pandemic. I don't think next pandemic would be the same like with this one.
No, I think it'll be worse.
But I don't think the people will react the same. I don't think that they will be that scared. And I don't think that they will allow some things that they did, because this was like totally new for for us, for our generations.
Okay, but hold on. You're kind of missing my point.
Okay, tell me.
Everything historically speaking that you're speaking of, and what you're saying on the surface of it seems right. But historically, it has never played out that way, because those who wish to use violence against you will do so. And they don't have to be the majority of the population. Okay? No matter how much you might agree with your neighbor and your neighbor and your neighbor, unless your neighbor is willing to come up and help defend you when you're being attacked for a wrong, then it doesn't matter. And that's exactly how things historically have happened. You look at the Bolsheviks, you look at Mao, you look at Hitler, you look at any despot or tyrant throughout history. The way these things played out have been the exact same way. The only difference now is they're playing a global game, not just a game on one particular government.
Yeah, but I wouldn't agree with what you said, because tyrants, a lot of them, they were actually sold by their own people because they were tired, of them. So it doesn't necessarily work, that way.
Well, there are good people in government and there are bad people, and there are more bad people than good people.
Yeah, but
So,
bad people would sell, they would sell bad people just because they're sick and tired, of
Okay,
them.
let me ask you this then: why is China still a communist country then?
or North Korea.
Because that's the best system that is proven to work, and because they were never democrat country, right? They never had democracy.
Well, if you look at China, for example, there's Taiwan, also known as Taipei, and
Yep.
that is the democratic
Leadership, yes.
of China. And on the land you have the CCP, right? They have a whole different China, and these are the differences.
And what is majority of China? It's not democracy at all.
Well, no, and I want you to understand something. Where China is a prime example of, they have capitalism for the upper echelon and communism for the people.
Yep.
True, I agree with that.
Same as North Korea, basically. Yeah.
But do you think that's bad?
Yeah, I absolutely. Do you think it's bad that you not have your freedom?
Do you think that you have do you think that you have freedom and that your voice really matters when you go to vote for a president or whatever leading party?
It's supposed to under our Constitution.
It's supposed to, but do you think it really matters?
But
well,
it should.
It doesn't matter when people are not involved. You see?
Exactly. And that's the point I was trying to make. You're trying to do an aboutism, and that's not a one-to-one factor.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to go by rule of law, which is the way it's supposed to be, then yeah, there's a huge difference, and that's what we're fighting for, is to get that to return to a rule of law, and not a rule of despots or corporations or whatever else you want to call them.
Yeah, but I don't see that happening anywhere in the world.
Whether you have a republic or a democracy or whatever form of government you have to be involved in the decision making of the government. And
yeah, but do you feel involved?
Well, people are not involved.
They're not.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's my point. They're just selling you the illusion that you think that your voice actually matters, but it doesn't. It's the same fucking shit all over. At least they're not hiding that. They're not trying to sugarcoat it, right? In China, you have like the the president that is like the total, the ruler of the country.
Hold on, let me ask you this then. Where do you live?
I live in. I live in Serbia. It's
Okay.
we also have democracy.
Okay. So why aren't you living in China?
I can tell you that my president is the president for the last 10 years. We have the same president. So do you want to tell me that that's democracy?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you are speaking from a standpoint of defeatism. If the founders of this country would have thought the same, this country wouldn't exist.
Exactly. You have to have the fighting spirit, right?
No, you have to. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that you have to, but I don't necessarily disagree that politics of China is bad.
Well,
when they're literally going out and harvesting organs from a different class of people because
okay, so I mean,
you are
come on
yeah.
now.
you are not affected. The Chinese people are. You see, and this is what Robert was talking about. The whataboutism. You know, what about China? What about North Korea? Yeah, indeed. You know, what can we do to better the situation there? You know, this is
Yeah, but I wouldn't compare China to North Korea. I mean, that's North Korea is a different story.
Okay, hold on. You're familiar with the pandemic?
Yeah.
And how it started?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to those people in the beginning? Because I knew about this in November.
Yeah, it happened right in China in laboratory.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, what happened to the people who were trying to speak out?
No, they're all gone.
They're dead.
Yeah, they're dead.
Is that the kind of politics and country you want to live in?
No, I don't approve that. but I also think that some casualties are necessary in order to rule. Unfortunately, it is like that. Because there is no illusion of total freedom. If total freedom is pure chaos.
No.
If everyone has right, to do whatever the fuck they want, and and to state their opinion, and and there are no rules, no laws to follow, that is pure chaos.
Yeah, but you're talking about anarchy, not a constitutional republic. My rights here stop where yours begin. I can do anything I want as long as I don't infringe upon the rights of someone else.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, a mob, and this is what happens when you have either, like when people bandy about democracy, I cringe every time I hear that word.
Same.
Because democracy is mob rule. We don't have mob rule here, even though people say, well, you have democracy. No, we don't. We have a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives. Okay, the reason of democratically representatives is so that the minority populations, and don't think of that in the same strict terms that minority has been bandied about, but the big cities are not supposed to be able to dictate what the rural people do by nature of population.
Mm-hmm.
And people seem to forget that. But what I'm getting at to you is when you talk about chaos and things like that and anarchy, what we have here is not that, and not what it's supposed to be. It's individual rights and freedoms. But as long as I'm not infringing upon yours and the rule of law. Now, that's not to say that some of the things that you're saying don't have merit, but there is a huge difference between what you're saying and the realities of the situations.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but I also think that in the ideal country, in ideal world, we shouldn't care about the politics at all.
James Madison.
We shouldn't care about politics at all, because
you're passing off. If you choose not to make a choice in anything, someone else will make that choice for you.
That's true.
What you're saying is, if you shouldn't have to worry about politics, it's that mindset that has gotten us in this planet to where we are now. Ever
No,
vigilance.
no.
and
In the
hold on.
golden
Listen.
age of USA, in the golden age of USA, in the 60s, and I don't
I
know,
wouldn't call
Las
that
Vegas,
golden age.
Hollywood, and everything. Most of the Americans, they didn't even know who is the president of the country. They just it didn't affect them. They didn't care because they didn't want to bother about that, right?
But there was still enough of the population that would hold politicians accountable.
Yeah, sure, I agree.
Here's a quote. But what is government itself but the greatest of all reflections on human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary.
Absolutely.
I agree with that as well.
So, you have to be involved. Otherwise, these other groups, the Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, and all these shadowy organizations no one has ever heard of, right? They take over power,
Yep. And they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can tell you that, me when you know.
Hold on. It's not like giving up. By definition, what you just said is giving up.
No, it's not giving up. No, it's focusing yourself on different things. For example, I know that my country sucks, right? So what can I do about it? So that the politicians doesn't affect me. So what can I do about it? I can open my company in USA, right? And I'm not affected by my government, right? So that's something that I can do, right?
No. You're missing the point. So people, what you're saying is you can go someplace else where people have already made the sacrifices, but yet you yourself aren't willing to put yourself at risk in your own country.
No, I'm not worried about. I'm not. I'm not.
That's exactly what you're
fearful.
saying.
No, I'm not fearful. I'm not fearful at all. And I was a rebel all my life, but I was. It's so lonely. Trust me, it's so lonely world, and I felt a lot of times that I'm, just me, myself, and I against the whole world. And I took a lot of beatings. I had a lot of hard time because of that, and I experienced a lot of hard time because of that. And it's not that I gave up. I just don't want to fight the battles for the other people that don't give a fuck, right? Because they point that finger at me, and they say he's an idiot, and I'm fighting a war for you.
Hold on.
Yeah, that is defeatism, or what is the word?
Defeatism. Yeah.
Defeatism, yes. What you're saying, I understand, but what you're not understanding is exactly what you're stating is exactly how they control your country and why. They don't, what's happening in the world right now, there's parallels to what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They're literally splitting groups of people so they don't have to police or punish people. They literally take and are splitting up groups in countries and causing conflict so the very people will punish themselves.
I know that. I agree. But it still doesn't change the fact that, that you can organize your life and that doesn't affect you, right? It doesn't have to affect you, right? The government and whatever the fuck is happening in your country, it doesn't affect you because you're not it's not something that provides you.
Okay, hold on.
Gives you income.
Wait a minute. Tell that to the farmers in the Netherlands right now.
Yeah, or the people in China that got dragged out of their houses.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're depending on their country, right? That's different.
You see, whether you like your government or not, it's there. you know, and as a population, you have to do something about it, right? You
Yeah,
have to
but you
get
can only have
involved.
effect on yourself. You can only have effect on yourself and what you're gonna do about it and how you're gonna organize your life. In the end of the day, it's like that, right? We can talk here for hours, but at the end of the day, none of us here can change, what the fuck is happening right now in the world. We can change our governments. We can, we can just, talk here for hours and hours. But what we can do is try to organize our life that we at least depend on that. Okay, Barry speak.
Yeah, that's one way to go. Of course, you can put your life on the rails as good as you can, but that doesn't wipe away the rest of the things that the politicians can do to us. So first thing we can do is speak to others, share what we know, what we think, what others say, like Rosa Koire, and everything starts with a thought. If people don't know a thing, they just keep self-focused, and then indeed nothing will change, and the powers at hand will be more powerful.
And it'll actually get worse. Yes.
No bullet
Yeah.
can stop an idea whose time has come, right? It's all about ideas. So, what's happening over there in Serbia, in the, in the news? Anything new in Serbia we need to know?
Yeah, but if that was real life, you know what you're talking about, Barry, you would have like 20 viewers per stream. You would have like 2,000, 3,000, I don't know, 50,000, like the Minecraft gamers, right? If people actually care about that,
Well,
right?
There's gonna come a point when they're not gonna have a choice.
Oh, okay. When they don't have a choice, that changes the story, the whole narrative.
And as I said before, when do you decide to speak up?
I mean, when you decide, fortunately, people unite and and raise their voice when they're super suppressed, right? But what is happening right now? They're doing it is such a sneaky way, and that people don't even have that feeling, that they have like that false feeling that they actually matters, that they are in control, but they're not. But we're talking about it. We know that. But we're just, as I said, we're like at the most 20 viewers in one stream. If people care about that, there will be thousands, right?
Well,
I don't know. Before my channel become barred from YouTube, I was growing at 1 to 2 people a day,
everything.
which seems minuscule. But had I not been censored and barred from YouTube, I would probably be in the thousands right now.
Everything starts out small, right? It needs to
Yes,
grow.
it does.
It needs to grow. The idea needs to grow.
Yeah, I agree with that. Everything
Let me
starts
ask
with
you
an
this.
idea.
Hold on, let me
Everything
ask this. If you started a business and said, well, I can't do a business because I don't have 5,000 people buying my product, so I shouldn't start my business.
No, of course. I'm very experienced in business. I know that that's not how it works.
Okay, it's no different than anything else that we live in life.
No, it is very different, because here I'm selling a product, people they need, and here you're trying to sell an idea to people that doesn't give a fuck. So that's totally a different story.
Well, that may change in the future now, might it?
I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't compare sales and business to selling the idea.
Well, hold on now. If that were the case,
That is what politicians do. That is what politicians do. A lot of the companies, a lot of the company people went into politics vice versa.
Yep, that's exactly the point I was going to make, Barry. Then why is it corporations have basically garnered control of politics?
Because they're financing it.
Because they're tied at the hip.
Yeah.
Called corporatism.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and I hate it so much. All over the world, they're trying to kill small businesses and mid businesses and everything to be run by the big corporations. And I hate that so much. I'm totally against it. And yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at to you is, if you sacrifice your moral fortitude because you don't believe that it's going to be effective, you never will be. Same thing in business. If you believe that you will never ever be successful at business, you will never do it.
You know, the only thing is what I told you before. I'm sick and tired, people pointing finger at me and saying like he's an idiot because he's trying to, change the system and
Okay,
change
but
how the things work. And I'm like, I'm not doing this just for myself. I'm doing this for all of us, right? And you say that I'm an idiot. Okay, then I don't want to give a fuck.
then you've already lost.
No, yeah, but should I be an idiot all my life?
Are you that concerned about what other people think?
No, I'm concerned about myself. And I'm concerned that, if people don't appreciate something, then I don't care. Because I can live, very good, comfortable life, till my old age. Easy.
Until you can't.
Easy.
Until you can't.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that we're gonna get in the situation, at least in our age, that we're gonna experience that. But it can happen in the future. Definitely, it's going that way,
I
but
think
not
you
in our
might be,
lifetime.
I think you might be surprised how quickly stuff will change.
What is your prediction? You think it's gonna change in next 20 years, 10 years?
If some things aren't stopped, absolutely. Go ahead, Barry.
Mic is out. Turn
Yeah,
on the mic.
you're muted, Barry.
Okay, that explains it. The one day before the World War II broke out, concerning the Germans entering the Netherlands, a minister said, "Don't worry, people, go to sleep. Have a nice sleep. Everything is okay." The same was in France and Ireland. When stuff changes, it's mostly all of a sudden and heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Something I want to point out. I know you're from Serbia.
Yeah.
But I'm also a combat veteran.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen places go from where people sit on the street, have lunch and dinner, and drink coffee and tea, to the very next week, people are being murdered in the middle of that very same street.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened in a matter of days and literally hours. To think that anything that's going on in the political climate of this planet right now cannot change overnight.
I don't think so. Because you can't compare a war, to globalization and stuff that is happening. I mean, it is happening. It's going slowly, but I don't think it's gonna be that drastic, change unless there is like the nuclear winter on I don't know what the fuck can
What
happen.
about
Right?
the CBDC, right? Let's put that on the table, the digital currency. And that is a world-changing thing, right? And they want to implement it everywhere, basically. I don't know how it's there in Serbia, but
they don't want to. They already are in many places.
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
mostly in the West, but yeah, it is. Serbia is not that strong,
Mhm.
but the whole idea of that, it was like it's not regulated by banks. It's not regulated by World Bank.
One thing I'd like to say that maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I've always viewed people from Serbia as being a very strong people.
Yeah, I think I
From what I've
also
seen.
believe so. Yeah, I also believe so. Yeah.
So to think that as a group of people who, from historical standpoint, have received the brunt of many wars,
Mhm.
I would think that getting things in order wouldn't be as hard as what most people would think. Because I still believe, just like many people here in the United States, as much as they bandy about what Americans really like, it's not what you see in the news, because we certainly are not.
No, I know that you.
And I don't believe that in Serbia, those people are going to take a gut full of bullshit anymore either.
Yeah, but the thing is, it really needs some, really big shit to happen for us to be united.
And
right?
I agree with you on that. Unfortunately, I agree with you on that. But that's why I was saying, if you don't speak now and import those ideas into people, as much as many people may disagree with you, when you find those one or two that do, it grows. It's organic. And any country that's been founded upon a notion of individuals' freedoms and rights has always been organic, because authoritarians will never do that, ever.
And if you want to see a drastic change, look at Tunisia, right? What happened in 2011? There was this guy that put himself on fire, right? Because he was roughly treated by cops and whatever. And that sparked a whole revolution in Tunisia, So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was just it was just a trigger, but it was something that was destined to happen, because they were suppressed for a long time.
I believe Miranda
just
wants to
trigger.
say something. Miranda.
The thing is, if I don't want to talk about it, and if I really didn't care, I wouldn't be even in this conversation with you guys right now.
Yeah,
right?
but that's logical. But Miranda raised her hand, and Rogier said, Miranda, go ahead. So that's clear, Bruca. Thank you. Miranda, go ahead.
I'm still here. But for if you guys thought I was gone, no, I'm not. But I was just wondering, for Robert. I don't know if you guys already talked about that before I came into this Yitzi, but I would like to know what you think. What's the way? What do we have to do? What's the way to go?
As far as what?
Well, trying to unite, trying to there things are okay. I'm gonna ask you some concrete question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna try to be concrete because you're all men. So this is really hard for me, but I'm gonna try. Let's see. The CBDC and the European digital ID thing.
Yeah.
Well, you guys don't have to cope with that, but
Yes, we do.
it's a European. I didn't.
No. You missed what I said earlier. Okay. This is why I said what's going on with the WHO, and I will address what you're saying while I'm doing this, unless you have another question. And if you do,
Yeah, well, it was going to a question, and it's really short. I promise. They're gonna make your driver's license just digital, and they're gonna put it on the European digital ID. But my car is like my life. I'm really fond of my car, and I would like to know, what would you do, or what are you gonna do, because you have in such a sort of a situation. Because I feel like I'm weak if I say, okay, for fuck's sake, I'm gonna take that stupid thing because I really want my car and I need my car. But on the other hand, I'm like, yeah, but I want that car too. So what would you do? I'm kind of and I'm curious, of course, because you're not European, but the WHO is gonna fuck you up or something.
Okay, let me address this in a way that one, I don't expect everybody to be me. There's reasons why I am the way I am. My life experiences have taught me that. I have learned through some very, very horrible situations that if you don't speak when you can, you may not ever have the chance to speak. Now, as far as anything else, nobody will ever force me into something that I certainly do not believe is in the best interest of myself, my family, or my nation.
Hmm.
And I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I've already made the oath to my country to defend the people of this country, not the politicians, the people. And I took that oath very seriously. And I will die upon that cross if I have to.
No, you think it's just you that is making a sacrifice? What about the
No,
people around
no,
you?
I do not believe I'm the only one that thinks that way. There's many Americans who think the same way. That's one of the reasons why I showed earlier.
No, but
about-
what people around you?
What do you mean by
You're making a sacrifice because you believe in the idea, but what people around, how is it going to affect the people around you? Your family, friends, kids, wife.
Many of them believe the same way.
Okay.
But I think he missed the part that Robert, you said you were in the military, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, but maybe I think that Brooke missed that part too. So maybe because I thought you meant making a sacrifice for everything was more like because you were fighting for your country and stuff. Or
Oh,
am
no, hold on. You missed the part that made me go down the road that I'm at now. I went to war, and then I found out that I was lied to for the reasons I went to war. Now, that doesn't change my stance when it comes to how I view the people of the country and the oath I took to my country.
Mhm.
All right. No problem, Roger. And, it's just like when they were quote unquote mandating the vaccination upon people. Many people said, well, I have to take it to do this, or I have to take it to do that, or I have to take it to do this. If you aren't willing to sacrifice, and nobody's willing to sacrifice, and nobody fights back against it, and just like when, was it Raxan? He ends up in a situation like that where you feel like you're the only person. Whereas if it becomes an ideal, and not an ideology, an ideal to your countrymen and the people around you, that's where the real power lies. And if people aren't willing to sacrifice, no changes will ever happen.
But it's what I didn't mean that I'm not willing to sacrifice because I don't want that stupid thing. I'm just like trying to.
No, you're not willing to sacrifice because you want that
Well,
car.
can I
You want
please
you
finish
you
my
want
sentence because
you
I
want to
was
drive
just
that car, right?
okay.
Hold on, Bruca. This is at this very point in the discussion. It's going back and forth between Miranda and Robert. So let's hold on.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, please continue, Miranda.
Okay, I am willing to sacrifice. I'm just trying to find a way to go through with life and just let them go F themselves, because a lot of people they say like well just don't do the things that they do and just tell them to bugger off, and or fuck off, and then I'm like, yeah, but what's how can you do that when it's when it comes to your income and stuff, because that's something that I think that's pretty hard to make a choice between that, because I really don't want to live under a bridge and I'm not really physically strong or something. So I'm just trying to find a way, so it's not that I'm not willing to sacrifice, but I'm just trying to find my way.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You've studied history, correct?
No.
No?
Oh, Roger's gonna kill you. Roger's gonna kill you because he's teaching me everything about history. That's
okay. Well, let me explain something to you about history.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been a truism throughout the existence of humans. Even if you're in a tribal situation or a country or a state or a nation, if you want to live in the way you choose to live, then you have to stand up for that. And you have to be willing to do what it takes to keep that and make that happen. And I understand what you're saying, but what I'm getting at is I don't care if I have to live under a bridge. I will find a way.
Yeah, but maybe that is.
I am not going to allow dictators and authoritarians and despots to rule me.
But isn't that something that that became like your character and your whole the person who you are, because you were in like real difficult situations and stuff in your past, because you've already experienced rock bottom things or something like that, and then maybe for you is it then easier to think like I've already been there, done that, so if I have to do it again, I'm going to do it, because to me it's all new, unknown and stuff. So that's maybe, so I'm not trying to be annoying or something. This is really serious question, because maybe other people are thinking like this too.
Your question is legitimate. What I'm trying to get across to you is that, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Just give me a decade, not an exact age.
34. I'm 34.
Okay, 34. Are you married?
No.
No kids?
No.
Do you want to have kids?
No.
Okay.
Hell no.
So.
No brothers and sisters. A father who's almost deaf. Not a really good connection with him, but.
Okay, so let me explain something to you.
But I've got 4 cats, by the way, so that's positive.
Well, but let me give you a perspective on myself.
Yeah.
I'm a father of 2, and I'm a grandfather of 5.
Wow.
And another one on the way.
Congratulations.
What I do now, I don't do for myself, because I am old enough now that I am on the last quarter of my lifetime. But the idea that I sit back and allow the future of my children and my grandchildren to be overtaken by despotic people is unfathomable to me. I will sacrifice my very life to stop that.
Yeah, I can understand, I think.
Hold on, I want to give you an analogy and tell you about it wasn't just being in the military that gave me this point of view. Yeah, look around you right now and think about how your life is. And now think that next week you could be, let's look at Libya. In a matter of a month, they went from having a stable country to women like you were being sold in the street to the highest bidder. That laugh, but that is a truism for them there.
Yeah, I was just laughing because nobody's going to buy me, but that's just...
You might be surprised.
You didn't understand, yeah.
There's always someone that buys something, so yeah.
It's so unreal to me.
What I'm getting at is, if you enjoy what you have now, and if you're not willing to stand up for it, you won't have it in the future.
But how do I stand up
for it? So when you talk
for
about, you don't accept things that are absurd. And it's going to take sacrifice. I myself, I had a YouTube channel that was 20 years old. I knew I was risking that. I had a lot invested into it. And they took it away on a whim. Does it bother me? Is it going to stop me? Absolutely not.
Well, it does bother you.
Well, yeah, it does bother me because of the reasoning behind it, but not to the fact that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
The point is there is no midway. There is like you're either gonna go, be a rebel and
Were you finished, Miranda?
don't accept that, and fight against it, totally and fully be committed to that, or or you're not gonna live that life. There is no middle. There is no, I want to fight against system, but I want to drive my car to work, right? So there is no that, there is no.
You have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, you need to make sacrifice, literally.
But what if if making that sacrifices is making life worth like nothing?
What's worth?
Then there's nothing left.
Let me ask you this: What's worth more, your freedom or slavery?
My freedom.
Well, I already feel a bit like maybe that's it. I already feel a bit like I'm kind of in a slavery position, but
That's my point. And do you think that's going to get better if you don't
well,
stand up?
well, no, but I'm just trying to because to stand up is like okay, so to stand up is should I go scream at some square or something? I'm not
No,
gonna do that, but
absolutely not.
just to not accept it means that life is gonna be even worse than what it is now. You know, so
Well,
that is maybe some, and I'm not talking about going to the cinemas or something, you know, or whatever. I'm not talking about that, but I'm really talking about that 15-minute city concept and not even being able to drive a car anymore. Don't have a house. My cats are gone. Then I don't know why the hell I should be alive then.
well, the thing is, if we don't stop that, that will be the reality in the future. Maybe not for us right away, but for the future. And it could be for us. I don't know. Stuff is moving very fast now,
Yeah,
much
it's
faster than
not
most
normal.
people realize.
It's not normal. It's not even normal. Time is flying by this fast.
And what I'm getting at is you're trying to normalize where you're at. And what you don't understand is if you don't stand for that, what's coming is going to be worse than the sacrifices that you make when you speak out or you don't accept that.
Do you think that there would be enough people who are gonna stand up and like that it's gonna be worth it to stand up and being homeless or something or end up in like that? Do you think that there are people or enough people in this world who are gonna stand up and just make it like go away and make it better?
Do I think it's possible? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it takes
Well,
a
then
lot.
give some hope.
It takes a lot, things to happen in order to that people are that united all over the world.
Well,
And with the idea.
we were at the point, right? If you look at 2019, there were protests everywhere, all around the world. Everyone was protesting until the virus came, or whatever you want to call it, you know, the pandemic, and
I was also protesting.
and that stopped the whole protest and stuff like that. Barry, the mic is yours.
Yeah, let me put it on enabled first, and then for the rest of the platforms. Alex Jones was early with that Prison Planet, lives and website and such. And I think that a lot of people have like Stockholm syndrome. So they take what they get now in the moment.
Yep.
And a lot of them are putting on scary thoughts with like it will be not so bad, I guess. And standing alone, losing your rental house is indeed no good choice at this moment, Miranda. You're right. So do what you can by spreading words and knowledge that you believe and stand behind. That is what you can do at this moment.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
You know?
People have to unite and find things they have in common. And that makes strength. Just like the strands of a rope. A little rope breaks, but a lot of ropes making one thick rope, that's really strong.
Yeah, I would love to be able to connect people and put some damn sense in some people when they're being like bitches to each other or telling I don't know what the hell happened to the world and to the people, but yeah, well, I do know what happened, but I can be really sad about the fact that it has to be like this, you know?
Don't be sad. See, you're no, hold on. What's happening is by design. To control people, you have to make them think that they have no hope. And I'll tell you what, the idea of hope is a very powerful thing. More so than most people realize.
I know. I always try to find some sprinkles or something, or a little bit of hope. But maybe I'm too naive sometimes. But
Well, you wouldn't be here if there wasn't hope, now would you?
no, I know then I wouldn't be here. And I really would want to do something to connect people and to really to tell them in a normal way, because some people are just screaming and then doing ridiculous things, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, try to be normal and be open-minded to all people. Don't give them the treatment that we all hated, because that's something that I see happening way too often, that we hated all of their comments, or like we should die and we couldn't get someplace or not a bed in a hospital, blah blah blah. And now I see people like us commenting on every time somebody is dead. Oh, vaccinated, vaccinated. And then I'm like, okay, so why are we giving them the same treatment? Why can we just live with each other? Because I really believe that if we all could live together, all people on the whole world, then we wouldn't even fucking need a government. I really think that they that is what's keeping them.
But see, hold on. Let me explain something else to you. Most of the people sitting on this panel don't have either narcissist or sociopathic tendencies. And what's happened in society through media, social media, people have been given this idea that self means I'll step over whoever I have to gain for myself.
Yeah, no mercy.
And that is the wrong mindset. And I agree with you on many things, but one thing I will tell you, never invite the devil into your house. And I don't mean that from a religious standpoint.
He just left a few years ago.
That's totally philosophical.
That was your ex-boyfriend, okay? Not the devil.
Yeah, Satan.
You can be open-minded to all people and want to have empathy for all people. But you have to remember, they may not have the same for you.
Oh, I don't have empathy with all of them, but I just want to be open-minded and not be the. If everybody was close-minded, then they would all be. We would all be like them.
Well, just as Roger showed that quote, if the government was all angels, we wouldn't need a government, now would we?
If men were angels, government was not needed. Yeah.
If men were angels, that's really funny, by the way.
Yeah, that's a quote. But
what was it? If men were what?
We're gonna show the quote again.
If men were angels, then
government would not be needed.
Well, they actually did a good job on the psychological games.
But what is government itself but the greatest of all reflections on human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. This comes from the Federalist Papers.
Yeah, not just government, police, and laws, none of that stuff. If people were angels, but that's it's not the real world. Ideal world doesn't exist. And also, it's very funny when I'm listening to Robert and I'm listening, Miranda on the other end, and you two are totally two different worlds. And first of all, Robert, if you think that it's okay that you expect from Miranda to take a sacrifice like that, I understand you, right? So first of all, you were in the military. You have like your code way of living. How you were raised. You were raised in a different time, so you have like totally different priorities, right? Especially now, in your age, right? And she has a whole life to live in front of her, right?
Yep.
And if you think that it's okay to tell her like, oh, but you should go for your idea, You shouldn't bend your knee to to anyone, and take the sacrifice. I mean, that sounds really bad, really selfish. Because first of all, she's not, and
Wait, wait, wait,
you
wait,
know
wait,
that,
wait, wait,
you
wait,
know
wait.
that
Hold on.
she's not the type of person to
No, 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 no,
that
no,
will
no,
do
no,
that.
no, no. Hold on, hold on. Let's clarify something.
Oh yeah.
Standing up for an ideal is not selfish. Self-sacrifice is not selfish
Okay.
in any way, shape, or form. What
Okay.
you're arguing for is to commit yourself to authoritarianism rather than to stand up for yourself and your humanity in general.
Mm-hmm.
What you're arguing for, and when I went to war, I was very young, very young.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I was doing this yesterday. So throughout the time that I've learned through the years about the realities of life and the realities of human nature, I will tell you this. If you don't stand up for yourself, you never will. It's kind of like the bully in the schoolyard. Do you let that bully come up and take your lunch money every day, or do you smack him right in the nose?
But we're talking here about government and totally different stuff, not about the bully.
No, it's not any different. The ideal is exactly the same.
The government is the bully. If you look at democide, for example, right, death by government, that is the most death comes from government. 262 million people have died by the hands of government by democide.
Yeah, it is. But Robert, for example, he has capacity, and he's the type of the person that is good for to stand up, not just for himself, but for the people, for the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's capable of doing that, right?
Well, hold on. Let me give you a for instance, and I'm going to be very blunt.
Oh yeah.
Let's say your government takes over and becomes a police state.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for you to be able to live in that country and survive, you have a choice between living in squalor and fighting every day under the belief of freedom, or you could go to the government and become one of their handymen. And let's say they give you a choice. You shoot the man beside you, or we shoot you. What do you do?
I would never go with the flow, to be honest. I told you that already, that I'm rebel by the nature. I am not the type of person that likes to be told, what to do, and to accept things, and, to be, run by government. I just found my other ways how to evade that, right? So I never accepted that. And then I never said that is okay.
What I'm saying is, you say you've learned ways to avoid that. We're looking at a world where you're not going to be able to avoid that at all.
No, if I can't avoid that, I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna go with it.
That's good. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I can't be forced. Something like that. But also, you very well know and understand how people's lives can be easily destroyed. If they're fighting, for the idea and for something that they're not really even built for, right? It's not for everyone. Robert, it's you, you as a person, you're different. I understand you totally. I'm not going to compare myself to you, but you can't expect that like the old people should have that same type of sacrifice, or I don't know, goal, idea, and to fight for it, to stand their ground and fight against the system. Not everyone is ready for that, right?
That's because they've been trained not to be by your very government, by the society itself.
Miranda, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, Miranda, say.
Um, well, the first thing is that I know that maybe I've got a real dark voice or something, but I am a woman, and when I hear you talk, I'm like, okay, well, but that's men talking, I mean, and I would have hoped that in this time of my life, or well, I never hoped to be in this moment in my life, of course, but I really would have hoped that there were strong, manly men, like male men. They would fight for their country, or and protect everybody and stuff. And but nowadays, all men turning into women. So, and I'm not really I'm not really a woman who's turning into a man because of with the fighting and stuff. So, when you say what you're gonna do when a bully comes up and steals your lunch money, are you gonna let it happen? Well, I've been bullied for years, and I've been going home crying every day. So, no, I didn't really come up for myself. But maybe
Well, hold
it's
on, hold on. Let me say something then. You've learned to be passive and to be to allow things to happen. And I'm not saying this is your fault, so don't take this as a derogatory. What I'm saying is, if you've been put in a situation where you were allowed the ability to find out that yes, you can stand up for yourself in many ways that most people may not even realize.
well, I do that against the Belastingdienst, the taxes service here in Holland.
Well, there
Then
you
I
go.
come up for myself, but I had to learn that. That was later when I worked in okay, but
But let me ask you this: what's the driving factor behind why you think the way you do
about what?
about sacrifice or anything like that, or standing up?
Because I really think that okay, no, I know that I don't want to be in a world what they have, well, what they're gonna make for us. That's not some world I want to live in. But I don't have like kids or grandkids or whatever to stand up for or whatever. It's just I just if I'm gonna be like a punk or a rebel or whatever, then I'm just gonna do that for myself and
But you're not.
on my own. So
But you're really not. If as a group in like-mindedness, we're standing up for each other. Believe it or not, in all actuality, by us being from many different places on this panel is testament to what we're talking about. Isn't just any one country. It isn't any one place.
It's about
I'm no
our
more.
planet.
Yeah, I'm no more standing up for my fellow Americans, but I am firmly in the belief that I'm standing up for everybody on this panel because we have to. The people who want to control everything are hell bent for leather to do it, and they ain't going to stop if you ask them nicely.
but
Exactly.
would you have to do it on your own?
If I have to do it on my own, then yeah, I will do it on my own. But I don't believe that'll be the case because we wouldn't be having this discussion if it was. And the mere fact that you're asking questions means that you want to understand.
Yeah, that's true. I was really serious about the question. It was not joking
No, I
or
didn't think you were joking one bit at least. But I will tell you, male or female, it doesn't make no difference.
well.
War doesn't know anything about whether you're male or female, whether you're a child or
But,
an adult.
but
It doesn't
are you
care.
for real? Because I really believe the fact that men are like biologically, physically stronger. And
Absolutely.
maybe women can have some other sort of, maybe they can have some other sort of role or whatever. But I really don't see that happening because I'm really too clumsy for that, and I'm gonna run away if I see some fire or something. So I am a pussy. I know.
No. You're missing my point. I'm not saying that you should strap up and go, dive out of C-140s out in the middle of a war zone. Absolutely not. What I am saying, though, is you have to have the mindset that when opportunity arises, what your abilities and what is allowed for you to do, that you take action. That may be through your voice. That may be through how you communicate with people or any number of things. It isn't any one process or any one thing. What's coming is going to take everybody, not just me, not just Roger or anybody else.
But do you think that do you think that there is a chance, or is it just hope, or you?
No, I absolutely believe there's a chance. From history, let's put it this way: the United States wouldn't be the United States if it wasn't for 10% of the people standing up. Only 10%.
Exactly, it was a very small percentage against the major power of the world.
But I think that the whole America is also falling apart, right? Or not?
It's falling to pieces.
Depends upon how you look at that.
I mean,
Tell me how it's not.
dividing, like
Well, there is an opportunity for a new president, and
but
that
that's
will
not gonna
happen.
it's not gonna unite them, right? Because then you also have the ones for that old like Alzheimer guy, and then the other one is for the DeSantis, and the other one is for that, and the other one is for Trump.
I believe it's like 82% of the population in America is against the president.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
that is a major majority, and even the news outlets are gaining against Biden.
Oh, they finally
Yeah.
Well, let me explain it to you this way, Miranda. I heard a lot of people bandy about why isn't the United States in civil war. I don't think people realize how close we actually came.
Really?
Yeah, you are very, very close to the Civil War.
But with that BLM stuff or what?
No, BLM would be
an instigator.
It'd be a snot spot in the middle of the road.
Okay, I really didn't know that. Why was that?
What I'm saying is, you have to realize that many of the things that people are told through the news aren't true.
Yeah, I know.
And here's the thing: many of the people that bandied about civil war have no concept of war. And if that route were taken, the United States would forever be changed. And I don't know what would become of it. Now, if the people stand behind the ideals that this country was founded upon and actually stand behind them, I don't have to agree with somebody politically to stand behind an ideal, but they just have to stand by the ideal that your rights and my rights are one and the same, no matter what our political beliefs are. And that's a very powerful thing, if and when that time comes. But we have to work through it in our current system, because the alternative isn't going to be good for anybody. Now, I hope it doesn't come to that. Absolutely not. But I can't rule it out, nor can I rule it out in many other countries, including yours, including Roger's.
Yep.
Anybody's country.
We are all in peril because of our government, because we had no oversight in what government was doing. We were like, let them solve the problem, and we were not involved. This is how the shadowy organizations came to power. Yeah.
But I was I don't know, a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I think I was on Twitter. And I think maybe that was with the Wagner thing, that group stuff, and there were a lot of Americans actually who were replying or not retweeting but replying on tweets like, oh, we should stop sticking our nose in somebody else's business. We should stop involving ourselves, and we're involving us into another world war and blah blah blah. Is that how most of the Americans think, or is that a little group about Ukraine things and Russia?
You have to put it in context. Most people do not think that we should be involved in what arguably should have never happened in the first place. And Roger can fill you in historically why that is. Because on the surface, it isn't what you think it is.
Robert, can I ask you something since you're a military guy?
Sure.
You have been deployed to different countries, right?
Yeah.
You're fighting wars that were... You were always okay with that? You always thought that is with the right cause?
When I was
that
younger,
you were helping?
Hold on. When I was younger and very naive, yes.
Mm-hmm. But later, when you were deployed, to fight for your country, and the cause was wrong, have you been fighting, or you were fighting against the system, and you said, "No, I'm not a military guy anymore. I'm not a soldier."
That's why I left the military.
Okay, so you left the military. Okay, that's why I wanted to know that.
Yeah. No, I could have made it. I could have made a very good career in the military.
I know, but you had to make that decision because I was expecting that you're gonna tell me something like that you left the military, because I knew with your principles that you would leave.
Yeah, when I found out that I was sent to places based upon lies, then yeah, absolutely, that goes against my very moral fiber.
That goes way back. There's a general called Smedley Butler.
Yes, right? Absolutely.
And he made a book, War is a Racket, and he told about the interventions in Nicaragua and somewhere else in South America. It's a very interesting book. Read it.
I can't speak directly to anything, but if you want to get a good idea about who and what I was, look up the Devil's Chessboard.
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard about that book, or that. I mean, it rings a bell to me.
Yeah,
I heard about that before. Was that your unit?
No, there wasn't any particular unit.
Okay. What is your rank there?
I'm not at liberty to say anything about any of that stuff.
Okay, I understand.
Not just. Let's put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Being that I am a veteran in my own country, it has put me on a watch list by the very nature of being a veteran.
Mm-hmm.
And I have learned that I don't speak about it anymore other than the fact that I'm a vet, because I have had people try to use it against me.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that's just the realities of life.
Even in your own country?
Even in I'm on a watch list by my own government just because I'm a veteran.
Mm-hmm. Is it because you can do private jobs on the side because you're trained?
A government's biggest fear when it comes to veterans of my nature. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about somebody that's a cook or somebody that's a mechanic or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was combat arms.
Okay.
I was airborne.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a ranger.
Okay, so you're all around soldier.
Yes.
Okay, and you could be hired gun, right? So that's why they're watching you.
No, absolutely not. That doesn't worry them a bit. It's the fact that I could train other people.
Oh yeah, that also, yeah. I mean, it's totally logical. I mean, I'm not surprised that you're watching because of that. I mean, you should be, right?
Why?
Why not? Because you can be a lot of danger to normal people that are not trained, right?
Yeah, but if you fight for your country, what danger are you for your country?
If he's a hired gun, he doesn't necessarily needs to fight for his country.
Yeah, that's not the case with Robert.
I know it's not the case. I'm just saying that, he can do that because he's trained.
Yeah.
But see, you're arguing for the very same thing that literally pulls at the very fabric of our society.
Well,
Why are they most afraid of that you would train people because it was really a hard training or the better in like years ago, or what how did
The
you?
training compared to what I took to what do you have nowadays? Yeah, no comparison.
Oh, okay, so that was like the rough things, like the real thing. Let's say it like that. And then now it's just like
Let's put it this way: the standards of some of the things that I've seen were the very same standards that somebody at my age now would have to attain that they're using for people to enter the forces. It's absolutely insane. But that goes back to wanting to coddle people in society because they might be a special snowflake. When I went in, there was no such thing as a special snowflake. You either met the standard or you didn't. It didn't matter what your race was. It didn't matter where you come from or nothing. You either met the standard or you didn't. Nowadays, that's not based on the same thing.
That's how it's supposed to work, right? Meet the standards.
Exactly.
And
you mean nowadays that they're like, oh, but we don't have enough trans people, so we need to take that ones or something. It's not like that
Correct.
they're really being selected because of their strength and stuff.
Correct.
well, put it like this, right? School gets subsidies from the local government, whatever, and they do need to have a report card for all the students. There is like a limit for the IQ and stuff like that. This is how they get subsidies. So they drop the IQ because a lot of people are dropping out. And that's how they do it. That's how they change the rules and regulations.
Go ahead, Barry.
Barry.
Yeah, and also, I don't know if it's the same in America, but it is in the Netherlands. The literally physical tests also became less.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So before you had to do 50 push-ups, now you are through the test with 20.
Yeah, but it also it depends if you're doing like the regular military test for the government, like that you have to that is guided by the law, right? When you're like 18, in some countries you need to go to the military and serve like 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. But there's also, I know, like the special groups of the military that are not connected to the government, but those are like the special forces, right? And they're very strict, yes, and they're very strict about and Robert probably knows, USA is weak comparing to some European special forces, right? And the trainings they have to endure in order to join those type of.
In general, I'd agree with you. On the special end, no, not at all.
Well, you would say, you would argue that Navy SEALs are more trained than some special military forces from Europe?
Depending upon what their specialty is, absolutely.
Okay. I don't agree with that, but okay.
Well, you don't have to agree with me. And
of course. Yeah, of course.
I was an OPFOR trainer. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Special operations. I know. So people need to understand how it works. First, you have an economic hitman, right? Called that way. That goes to a country and has like a contract, right? And you have to sign this contract, otherwise, sanctions or whatever, otherwise, ... And if they don't work, if they don't cooperate, look at Iraq. It was invaded, right? You know,
Yeah.
they sent those economic hitmen home and gave the middle finger, and then they say, "Yep, we're going to invade." You know, and
Well, the thing,
this is how America gains power all over the world.
well, but
Robert.
there's other things that come into play there. They made Iraq out like it had something to do with Saddam or.
Yeah, the weapons of mass destruction.
Well,
yeah.
no. They also played it out like Saddam Hussein had something to do with 9/11, and he absolutely did not.
Yeah, terrorists.
Yeah, and they literally created their own boogeyman.
Yep.
You know, I can still remember the moment when 9/11 happened. And I literally looked at my brother and I looked at him, I says, the whole world is going to change. And it did.
Yeah.
And do you think that 9/11 was an inside job, or it was actually?
Well, it's already proven that the CIA had a hand in it, and so did the Saudi government.
Oh yeah.
That's no big secret now. It just come out. The documents are there, but
yeah, it's not big secret.
It's washed to the winds of history because it's so far out of sight of so many memories. Just what Roger was talking about. People forget that they don't pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
I just found what you have to do when you go to the Marines. The test that you have to do is you have to be able to run in 12 minutes, 2,700 meters. So that's like the Cooper test. I don't know if you don't know that one. Four pull-ups, 30 push-ups, 30 sit-ups, and a cross-country obstacle run.
Yeah, and that is lame compared to.
Yeah, and that's just physical test.
Yeah, but I was looking for that. I was kind of curious. Like,
what Marines, Miranda? The Dutch Marines or the United
Dutch.
States?
No, Dutch.
Okay.
I haven't looked it up, but
I'll give you by the standards of what I can say my PT tests. I had to run 2 miles in under 14 minutes. I had
Equipped
to,
or not equipped?
Not equipped. Not equipped. I had to do 80 push-ups in under 2 minutes and 80 sit-ups in under 2 minutes. We didn't have a pull-ups test. We had an actual strength test. And at that point in time, I'm a military, I could bench right around 400 pounds. And that wasn't at my strongest. But in my case, I maxed out on all of my PT tests. For me, that was probably a standard and a half deviation beyond the norm. But that isn't the normal military anymore. And even those standards are not what they were.
no, I really have some sort of an idea that that all military guys nowadays that they're all like, oh my gosh, I broke my nail.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that bad, but it's not far from that. But Robert, you also to address the one thing that physical preparations are are not the hardest one.
No.
The mental preparations
the mental is the hardest one.
Is the hardest one. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the hardest one?
Mental.
What? I saw some TV series or something. That's called Special Forces, and then they're gonna some old trained guys or something. They're gonna train famous. Well, the how do you call them? Famous Dutch.
Famous people.
Yeah, famous Dutch actresses and all that sort of stuff. And then what they did, I thought that was really sick. But what they did, it was like, okay, now you're gonna sit here, and you're gonna make a video, and you're gonna tell, you're gonna make a video because you're gonna go on, how do you call that? On a mission or something. you're gonna go on a mission and maybe you're not coming back, so you have to make a video for your husband or your wife or parents or whatever. But they don't really do that, right?
No, that's more for a show. It's not like that really in the military. But yeah, mental preparations are, they have a bigger role than actually physical
But
preparation.
we also diverted, because we came here by the fact that people can train others. And in America, of course, a lot of people are armed. That's not the case in the Netherlands, for instance. This is why Robert is being, I don't know if it's active, but the police is looking into his affairs, I think, right?
No. The police don't look into my affairs. The government very much watches anything that I would do that would be outside the norm, and that is to include speech.
But is that because you are in the military?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, Robert, but can you tell me how, what's your opinion? Can you give me approximately the number? A guy that is trained like you, how much it costs the government? Is it like million, 2 millions?
It would be in the millions.
It would be in the millions, yeah.
Yeah.
So do you understand now why, a guy like him, they're more scared if he's going to train other people than actually he is going to be deployed and, do something?
But no, hold on here. Therein lies the rub. The government and things like that, the saying goes, if the people fear the government, you live in totalitarian, or that is authoritarianism. If the government fears the people, that is liberty and freedom. Because the government not should be in fear as in their life, but in fear of they're going to be removed from office. And in our country, a politician was never supposed to be a career.
True.
And unfortunately, that's what's happened in all of our countries, is politicians become careers. So they don't make the best choices for the people, they make the best choices for their careers. And unfortunately, we've all let that happen.
I understand that. I get your point, but I also think that you're in a situation right now in your life and, you're set. I don't think that, you probably lived your life, whole life with the same code, with the same idea, with, that explains why you left the military and everything. So for sure, you never changed. You were always like that. But I just think that, that's, I wouldn't say that's, that's a normal, normal thing. And I don't think they'll, people are, like that. Most of the people are like that.
Hold on, but that's because society has become where people don't take the responsibility of their governance. That was not such a truism long ago, and not really that long ago, comparatively speaking. But as Raj reported out before, our lifetimes, or I think it was Barry that pointed this out, human lifetimes are so short that they don't have the memory of the past from living it. It's colored by what's written in history by people who likely embellish things to promote a certain idea. Whereas if people lived, 200-300 years, they would have the experience.
Good. Yeah.
How you doing, Roger?
Whoops.
Hey, hi.
I was gone. Clicked the wrong button, I guess.
No worries.
That happens.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of discussions many times end up in the same situation we're at now, and I'm not any different than any of you. The only difference is I've had experiences that have shown me that if you don't stand behind truth and freedom, and I mean real truth, not my truth, the truth, then the people who wish to deceive will flourish, and they have. So when you say that, well, we weren't raised that way, that doesn't make any difference, because that doesn't change the outcome. You may end up with a very hard lesson. I hate to say that. Go ahead, Barry. You're muted, Barry.
Yeah, I got it. When good people look away, the bad people take over. It has always been so, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. You know, what floors me is you look at the videos you see online and you see some of the most atrocious stuff that people have videoed. And they'll stand there and video instead of helping.
That's also an old thing. Like we had that in school. Someone drives in the water in winter, so it's really cold water. Then of 100 people, you are very happy if one helps you, because most won't jump after you.
Yeah, but that's really unfortunate, because new generations they don't have empathy at all, which is bad.
And that's why I said they may be in for a very, very hard lesson.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I hear you. I understand what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. It's just that I'm not doing the things that possibly I can, because I just choose that way, that I don't want to I don't want to fight that, because it didn't bring me any good, right? And I know a lot of people that died for the for the idea, for especially in my country, people were dying on the streets because they were trying to change the government, right? They were killed, literally killed, gunned down on the street.
I've seen
right?
it. I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
saying.
So and then you say, and tomorrow it's like they never existed, right?
Yep.
It's like you're forgotten. It's like you're gone, bro, and no one cares. No one gives a shit about that, right? So that's that's why I'm the way I am.
Oh
Because
no,
I've seen that.
I
Because I've seen
totally
that.
Don't get me wrong. I understand why you're saying what you're saying. What I'm trying to get across is, if that mindset across the society isn't focused upon the very things that we've talked about, then you can never change it. It has to be not a belief, but an ideal. I can believe that the moon is made of green cheese. That doesn't make it true.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to believe in an ideal when it comes to a person's rights and individual freedoms.
Absolutely. That's the thing that you should die for.
Absolutely. And this is what I'm saying. In your country, if those ideals aren't instilled into people, they can never win. But it only takes planting that seed in people.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, and as I said, it isn't going to happen overnight. It won't.
Yeah.
But I think that Holland, the Netherlands, is a country that has some sort of a history with giving up or something. We're not as how do you call that in English? Like the French.
Well, that's not entirely true. It might be the last 100 years, but in the old times we didn't bow for the Spain, Rome, etc. So that's later. We have become weak by schooling. When we do not learn from history, it repeats itself.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, my ancestral comes from the Nordic areas, so I have to disagree with you.
Sorry, what did you say?
My ancestors came from the Nordic areas. So I have to agree. I have to disagree that it isn't a people that gets a person's mindset to where it's at. As Barry said, it's education. It is also self-fortitude. And that's a huge...
What was that word?
Self-fortitude.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Meaning a strong will.
Yeah.
And, you know, even as a female yourself, you know, granted, yeah, I don't expect you to go out there and like if me and you were in a wrestling match, yes, you're going to lose. But in the same token, you have to use your head and be smart enough to say, hey, well, I can't beat this guy head on.
I'm gonna talk him to death.
No, you pick up a club and you club their ass.
Yeah.
No.
You know, this is something I'll say that maybe somebody's not going to like. But guns.
Mm-hmm.
The saying was that God created man. Colt made him equal.
It's true. Guns were made to eliminate the threat. You know, it can
What
be.
was that again?
First weapon of mass destruction.
I mean, yeah, the guy can be, you know, big as much as he wants, but that's why guns were made to eliminate, I don't know,
physical differences. Yes.
Yeah, physical differences.
Is it eye to, what was that saying also again? That eye to eye, or what was it?
God created man. And
Sorry?
God created man, and Colt made them equal. Colt being a gun manufacturer, a very old one.
Yeah,
Colt you have to like a saying, like eye for an eye, blah blah blah.
No, it's not like that.
Oh,
it's different.
That saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Yeah, that's totally different. That's totally different quote.
Totally different point.
Yeah,
it would be like
times, the Bible.
Ja, ik bedoelde gewoon, gewoon dat je met je handen staat in plaats van wapens.
What I'm trying to get across here, Miranda, is that I may be bigger than you, but if you have a firearm, it doesn't matter how big I am.
But I don't have one. Darn.
But see, that's my point when it comes to a lot of these European countries who bandy about, well, we can't have guns. Oh, well, then have fun bowing down to your masters.
Well, we used to have guns. Right?
I've got a gun, but it's tattooed on my arm. Not gonna work, I think.
No.
We used to have guns, and then government got scared of the population and said, hey.
Exactly.
Those guns, hand them in, get some money for that, you know? And a lot of people did that. And then they made a law restricting guns.
Well, I do have some other thing, like not a baseball bat, but then it's harder material. I cannot do anything because I'm as weak as a valve.
Yeah, but if you had Colt, it doesn't matter, right? That was the whole point. And I don't know why is that disarming happening all across the Europe. It's happening in my country as well.
So people can't fight back.
Yeah, so the people can fight back. Yeah, it's very
control
bad
over the population. You know, that's it. They want power over you, and are you willing to accept that or not? You know, we are at that line right now. Are you willing to accept it or not? I'm not. I'm speaking out, as Robert knows.
Yeah,
and others.
Yeah, I think that disarming the country is really bad. It's really bad. It's not happening in the USA, but it's happening all across the Europe, and I don't know why. I mean, there must be some bigger plan behind all that, but I don't want even to think about that.
Well,
was it allowed first in Serbia?
No, it was allowed in Serbia, but then there was that mass shooting in a school, like a month ago or something like that, when a kid that was like 13 years old killed 10 people in a school. And he used the father gun, you know, from his parents, right? And they were like, okay, we need to basically, everyone who owns a gun now needs to report that and to give that the firearm to the state, the country, right? And only some with some special permissions you can hold you can own a gun right now.
So
You know what I mean?
nobody's gonna mention it.
Yeah. No.
All right.
Okay, Barry. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
I have to copy paste something in the chat. Robert, have you ever heard of the Eurogent for the Euro Gendarmerie Forces?
No.
That's interesting to look into. That's eurogent4.org, weird enough. The Dutch military police is 100% integrated already. It has its base, headquarters in Italy. And they have big jets, like airliners, but not propelled, but jet engine. And they can drop 10,000 men within half an hour in the entire of Europe. And I think that will be the future. So the local police is the local police. But if there are riots and stuff, then Eurogent 4 will be airborne.
Or if Article 5 is introduced within the European Parliament, if a country wants to go away from Europe, they have an army to be a slave, basically, for Europe. You're not going to leave, or we're going to invade, kind of like that.
Something I'd like to address when it comes to the concept of guns. In the United States, they bandy about, well, there's been a shooting here, there's been a shooting there, there's been a shooting here. And there's many things they don't report upon that really makes that sound really ironic, considering the most people that were ever killed were because a man drove his car through a parade. Now, are they pushing to ban cars? No. Same thing in Europe when I watched those truckers run over a bunch of people a few years back.
Yeah.
Did they ban trucks? No. But they're more than happy to take away your ability to defend yourself.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that bothers me a lot.
Yeah, well, they're going to take more if you don't speak out, and going back to what Robert said, when is the moment to speak out?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say what I did personally, but I can tell you that I can face like from 5 to 10 years in prison just because
don't say a word. You ain't gotta say anything.
Yeah. So just because you don't report the firearm, right?
Yeah.
So,
remember, this is public place.
I know. But just saying that that's the law here in my country now.
Yeah.
So Barry's sharing the screen. You're again for operational concept.
I really thought I was reading Eurogender. I was like, no, not again. No, not another gender, but it's Eurogen 4.
Eurogen.
Not another one. Jeez.
Yeah, it is .org, Eurogent4.org. But it really exists, and it's being built up.
But wasn't this, Barry, what you told me that they were? Sorry, I thought that was very funny. That they were gonna come up with parachutes. They're gonna jump out of the planes and then with the parachutes next to the demon, to the protestants and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they have also paramilitary status, so they may also kill normal military.
By clear legal basis consisting of relevant UN Security Council resolutions. And political
I don't know. The Netherlands is fully integrated, and France and Italy, and so I don't know if it is United Nations or not.
Robert is gonna go bad. Robert is getting a seizure or something. What's going on, Robert?
Shit, no.
What's going on? What's your shock about this? Because I really don't understand.
Okay, hold on. One sentence, the very last one in the third paragraph down.
Mm-hmm.
The last sentence says, its mandate will always be supported by a clear legal basis consistent of relevant UN Security Council resolutions or on political guidelines from the EU or other IOs. They literally giving that military unit to be controlled by unelected bureaucrats.
Which means they're not accountable for whatever happens.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now people.
What? Sorry, the last thing I didn't got.
They're not accountable, right? No one can hold them to account.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, but I didn't hear it.
No, it's okay. But people are like, oh, the Wagner Group, oh, they're mercenaries, this and that. The same as in Europe. You know, it's on screen right now.
Barry, wil je iets op gaan? Could you go down a little bit?
Wagner Group are actually the mercenaries. It's like the paranormal forces.
I know,
yeah.
But the same concept is being used in Europe.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
That's you're again for that is a paramilitary group. You know, if one country decides to get out of the EU, because that is one of those regulations, Article 5, which England used, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll get invaded by Eurogenfor because, you know, they don't want Europe to fall apart. And, you know,
I can tell you this right now. What this is claiming in this first three parts that I'm reading is the very same thing that special forces do.
Public order, restore public order. They could always throw that one up, right?
Do you know Michael John by any chances?
Michael Jordan?
John.
Oh, you asked Robert, sorry.
Jordan.
Do I know who?
Michael John. And John is with an Y-O-N.
No, I don't.
Okay, he's also former Special Forces, Green Beret, paratrooper. You said the word before, Ranger.
Yep.
And he trained to his particular job because he told he's an old guy now and yeah, he doesn't care anymore, I think. He told that he trained for Hungary if they had the Russians come in or they wanted to make a mess in Europe or whatever. He had to learn Hungarian and that kind of stuff. He was based in somewhere in Germany.
Yep.
And he said, yeah, that Eurogent force is indeed what I did, but yeah, a lot bigger.
Yeah, that right there is scary shit.
It is. This is the New World Order showing their teeth, you know, like a vampire. We're going to bite you.
Oh, okay.
No, I like vampires. Don't do that.
Well, hold on. This rolls back to a question I was going to ask that I forgot. Has anybody ever seen a country founded upon peaceful resolutions?
Nope.
Maldives?
No.
So now you know why this exists.
Europe has always been the battlefield of the world, you know. Many
Yeah,
wars have been in Europe.
Yeah, of course. And who is training Ukrainian military? It's do you say?
That's
yeah, but before it was Russia because they have a lot of Russian hardware.
Yeah, but we're gonna send them some F-16 thingies because we're nice like that.
Oh yeah, you're sending all the time.
And cluster bombs, don't forget that, right?
Oh yeah, and let's not forget uranium bombs.
But Putin reacted right on the cluster bombs. He was like, "Okay, if you are going to use that, we're gonna react to that." And I was like, "No, nice."
Let me pose a question to you guys.
Okay.
What do you think the odds are that this whole thing could be kabuki theater and they're all working together?
I think there's very slim odds, because how I see it, it's literally this is like Crusader war. It's like good against the evil. What is happening right now? So it's Russia against the West.
Well, I'll let Barry speak first, and then I'll elaborate on why I said what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, I have thought about that for myself, of course, and I didn't came to a conclusion because one of the options that my mind came up with was that perhaps Ukraine is gathering weapons and information and training for Russia. So there might be a script behind it, or it may just be true. Russia wants the Krim, as we call it. I don't know the English word.
Crimea.
Crimea, yeah, I know. Yeah, I did know. Crimea. And it is an invasion, or it's indeed scripted somehow, but that's a level we don't see for the coming years until it's over for 50 years.
Well, let me expand that a little more. Do you think any leadership of any country gives two shits about the life or death of their people?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
because the one guy is on world tour.
Now, let me ask you this. Is this not a very good distraction to keep people focused and divided on an idea while the WF, the WHO, the UN, the Bilderbergs, the trilateral groups, any number of acronyms are all doing their thing while people are too distracted and arguing over whether or not they agree with Russia?
Yeah, I don't know about that because a lot of people are simply not.
I wouldn't say that.
About it.
So hold on, though, but let me ask you this then. Why is the Russia and China signed on with the WHO treaties then?
Sorry, what?
Why would Russia and China be signed on with the WHO treaties then?
Yeah, but how many years back was that?
But they're still signed on.
Yeah, Russia and China are also on the UN Council, which involves America and all these other countries.
Yeah, but they're also making the new unity right now. The Asian countries, Russia, China,
BRICS.
and the Asian countries. Yeah.
Yep.
BRICS.
But that's been the BRICS thing's been bandied about for the past 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a plan, but now it's happening actually. Right?
Yeah, and so was the Amero. We see where that went. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, but I think this is close to
reality. Hold on. Another thing is also weird. Today I made an article about it. Ukraine, Russia, and the United States never signed the pact to not use cluster bombs. Only 94 countries did.
I told you this actually.
These three didn't. That's a nice coincidence.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
But do you know where cluster bombs are used?
Hold on, one at a time, folks. One at a time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Miranda.
Miranda said.
No, well, I told you guys this. I think yesterday, or I think that I even read it because there were hundreds of countries that signed for
but
against
you know me. You know me. I'm going to fact check first.
Oh, okay. You did fact check me because you thought I was making it up or something.
I even fact check myself.
Yeah, no, but I thought that was really weird too. Those three countries, like only those three or something, and I was like, what the hell is this? And what I find really weird, really actually like ridiculous, is that Mr. Ukraine 2005 or something, that he's going on a world tour just to get to get money everywhere. It's like, what is he doing? Does he think that he's Britney Spears or something? He's going to go to Orlando Bloom, and then he's going to go to that, and then to that country. And I'm like, if he would care for 1 second, for one split second on the people in his country, wouldn't he be just in his country instead of being like dancing in his on his heels and dancing on his heels?
Yeah, you're so naive if you think that he's gonna be in the first row, in the first rows in a battleground, right? I mean, that's not gonna happen.
I did not say that.
Yeah, he was taking pictures for Vogue magazine, right?
And he has to go on world tour to get funds for his wife to go shopping.
Yeah. So he doesn't give a fuck about that,
Roger, are you watching the YouTube chat?
No, I am. Yeah.
Danger. Very.
Yeah, if it is true, so like simple and Russia thought it's enough, we are going to invade and take that country we like, then it might be remarkable that the rest of Europe is paying the anti-bully, like the big nice guy of the school that doesn't bully but eat bullies for breakfast. And it's logic that they give them money and weapons because then you keep the fight from your front door. Then it's happening over there. And that's also an option. So I really don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think if Putin wanted to overtake the Ukraine,
he wouldn't have already done it?
Yeah, wouldn't have he already done it?
I think so.
I can only speak from the information I get from the media and people that live in those areas. They first use their old trucks and tanks. Those tanks, when they get hit by a Molotov cocktail, they explode after like a minute or so.
They go with the
I have seen the photos from Elon Musk satellites. I don't know if they are real or not. From those tanks that got in their own, how do you call it, traffic jam. And yeah, I'm not sure. A big army doesn't mean it's also well organized.
No, I agree with you on that. But there's just, to me, being that Russia is the size of it is and considering their past history, I just can't believe they'd have a military full of a bunch of idiots.
Well,
they don't.
I do know people on the spot, and they say that they don't get real education in the army. It's basically being away from home for 2 years, but they don't learn how to fight.
No, they all had a military background. Everyone that was deployed from Russia, they had a military background. At least, like the basic one. That doesn't stand for Ukrainians though, because they were literally picking up, the guys from the street that doesn't have any, they never fired a firearm in their life, right? But I also think that I wouldn't say there is like a big scheme behind all of that, because I don't think that USA would let that dollar lose the value like it is what is happening right now.
Hold on though, you're under the assumption that the current administration is actually in control and not corporations.
Okay, but who is in control? Well, who do you think is under control?
There he goes, Putin.
I actually want one of those. That's kind of cool.
That was a cool car.
That's like an oversized golf cart.
It's Tiger Woods. Well, there goes Putin in this car.
Actually, I think my uncle's golf cart is better than that.
Probably.
And then with a rocket launcher on top.
Well, it actually has a lift kit and it's 4-wheel drive. Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to.
No, it's okay.
It's a wind tunnel proofed Willys Jeep, light and strong.
Say again.
You're not.
It looks like a wind tunnel proofed Willys Jeep, light and strong.
Light and strong.
You're not even protected. You're just like. There's not even a window.
That's with a lot of those little Jeeps.
Yeah, it's very mobile.
But it's not a Jeep. It's a Trabant.
Yeah. Well, I'm
it's not a Jeep.
If you were to come up against my unit, we'd be laughing at you.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, but you think everything is fake? It's all fake,
No,
and they're
no.
all gonna eat popcorn together or something.
No, I don't think everything's fake, but there's some peculiarities from the standpoint of the military. If you notice, they seem to be burning up a lot of old equipment. And what's the best way to take and rearm yourselves and justify it? To buy new equipment.
What did you think of when that Przuskin dude was going about
Wagner
the crazy?
Group boss.
Yeah, that guy. I meant, yeah, Przushkin or something like that. But what do you think that that's also fake? Because I was really
You
really
know,
surprised when I found out that were like
Yeah,
Russians.
I
What
think
was the
that's
thing?
fake. I think
yeah,
that's staged for
I,
sure.
I absolutely think that was fake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Why
and
And
would
why?
that
why
was
would
very smart move. That was like 200 IQ.
why would they stop when they had the upper hand? If everything was what they said it was, they had the upper hand. Why would they stop?
Money, perhaps? Bought?
No, they said they didn't had any ammunition, and they were also the reason why they got they were trying to march to Moscow, right? It's because they were actually like bombarded by Russians helicopters. So their own, like their own military bombed, on them. So that's why everything like
Yeah, but that
escalated.
happened in Vietnam as well with artillery. Shit
Yep.
happened.
Yeah, but this was like intentionally,
But
right? I mean, that's the story, right? But I don't think that.
yeah.
But
But
what would
see,
be the goal behind that? Because that's something that I
prop-
really.
propaganda
Yeah,
is the
propaganda.
way to sway minds, to keep people guessing. The very same thing we're doing right now.
Yeah, but okay, let me ask you guys a question. Okay, so if this was fake, right? Um, it was I am whenever if I remind this good, it was that here the Prigozhin was from working for Russia against Ukraine, and then all of a sudden he turned his back on Russia,
Hmm.
and
Yeah, because he was bombed by Russia.
Yeah, because he was
Well,
bombed by Russia.
bomb.
not only that, there was an offensive towards Bakhmut, right? The Ukrainian army was attacking, and he didn't get any weapons or supplies or whatever.
Ammunition. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is why he turned his back.
Yeah, but I'm more interested in like what because I hear propaganda. But why then that all of a sudden that change? Like first he's because he's the bad guy from Russia, and then all of a sudden it turns around, and then he's the bad guy for.
No, nothing changed right now.
Yeah, well, because it's all there. It's all the same again, of course.
But this is why I'm saying many of this stuff doesn't add up, and to me, it's looking more and more like kabuki theater.
Yep, I agree with that 100%.
I mean, quite frankly, if they wanted to overtake the Ukraine, excuse me, in the beginning of this, I just don't think it would have taken them more than a couple weeks at best.
Yeah, but wars are not won that fast. In a couple of days.
Really,
They. I mean, especially if you plan like that, and I mean, what were the tactics of Russia? Is first you need to evacuate, the citizens from one city before they do attacks on it, right?
no, you
So
don't. He didn't need to vacate the cities.
they were doing that.
He could have went and easily flew into Kyiv and turned it into a parking lot.
Yeah, they could do that, but that was not the point because that would be a genocide, right? So they were trying to make
No.
the least casualties as
Hold on.
possible.
You're under the assumption that things cannot be targeted. You don't have to take out a population. It's not like you're going in with carpet bombers or something.
Yeah, but if you have a city full of people,
Okay, but hold on. You can't tell me that he doesn't have the equivalent to like bunker busters or things like that. He certainly does.
he does. Yeah.
And he could have definitely strategically targeted their leadership.
Mm,
Why didn't he?
no.
Out of range, perhaps? Too far?
No, heck
Or,
no.
or like they are not there where they're saying that they are, of course?
Well,
Okay.
I personally I find
That should be secret, right? That should be
I find it a bit strange that Well, the European Union is with that nice women that nice woman, that nice Ursula from the European Union. She was visiting Ukraine. Our prime minister was visiting Ukraine. Everybody visited Ukraine, and all of Russia's or all Putin's enemies were like in the same building in Ukraine, and I was like, oh,
Yeah, but because
nothing happened. And then
yeah, because there is
I
a
hear
pact.
things like, yeah, but there are like rules and this and that, and then I'm like, what? Since when do rules take over the place in a war? I really, yeah. Well, maybe I know I'm a bit stupid. Sorry, Robert, but I really don't know a lot about history and stuff. It's my only the only bad grade that I got at school, and I'm blonde, so that maybe that's
No.
my
There is a pact between two countries when they have like visits like that from like presidents from another countries. That during that day, nothing happens. There are
yeah,
no
but
attacks.
you're in a war. I really don't understand that.
There's still the rules. Even in a war, there's still the rules.
Yeah, but there's still rules.
Yeah.
But aren't there rules like that? What they're all like propaganda doing in our faces. They're throwing it in our faces for we have to accept everybody because everybody is fine. If you're a man and a woman and a deer and a dog and everything together, we all respect you. That would be no discrimination, no racism, never.
Except-
No. That cannot be happening. But when you're from Russia and you're trying to go away from your country because you feel in danger, then they're saying no,
Yeah, you're a
because
traitor.
you're all Putin. You're all Putin.
You're a traitor because you're.
Yeah, but I don't think that's fair.
No,
Well,
it is.
where are the
It is
human
fair.
rights then?
No, it is. That's a country in a war.
Yeah, but then he's gonna listen to. There were other rules and other things that they.
As I said before, when a country is in war, there are different laws and some different things that apply in those
I
type
know
of
because
situations.
Roger told me because I did not know. But when I think about the Second World War, then I was like, I don't think that that guy was getting the rules really good or something. So that all happened after that, I think. But
Yeah, and also Russia is not a country that is like the perfect example for that. I mean,
but
they
do
even
they do
they
this
even
in
ban they even banned like the same gender marriages. They banned the transgender people. They're like officially they can't exist in Russia. Transgenders.
But is this all over the world? Is this also like in Palestine and I don't
No,
know and
no.
in Israel and Iraq, Iran?
In lots of African countries, you can't be gay.
Okay, yeah.
You can't be gay in a lot of African
No,
countries.
I didn't mean gay. No, I don't. I know that one. I'm not that stupid. No, I know that one. I meant those rules that they cannot fight each other.
Yeah, there is a pact between the countries when something like that is
So
happening.
also Iraq,
Like the high
Iran.
profile, let's say president from another country is visiting. There is no shooting during that day.
Yep.
They tried Hitler. They tried
We're
to
never
kill
gonna get
Hitler a
rid of
couple of
them.
times.
We're never gonna get rid of them. Never.
Yeah, I know it sucks, but it's like that.
Yeah, that's another peculiarity. It's awful strange that they'll make an agreement that, hey, we won't shoot at you if you don't shoot at us type deal, but they're more than happy to put their citizens at risk.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yep.
I don't get it.
That should
Yeah,
tell you
that's standard. That's standard. The time that the king was at the front is a long time ago.
Yeah, but
Well, you have that saying when elephants are fighting, grass is getting hurt, and it's like that.
oh, we have something with dogs. Where two dogs are fighting.
The third runs away with the bone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's totally different.
Yeah, but well, yeah, do you know anything about what happens in the Netherlands, Robert?
Pardon?
Do you know anything what happened in the Netherlands with the whole parliament falling down and stuff?
Yeah, I don't know the exact details, but I certainly heard about it.
Yeah, well, I wondering like they're all running away. It's like the rats leave the.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
but hold on.
you have to
Let's look at
specify politicians.
Yeah, well,
let's
those guys who were like in the yeah, how could I say that? In the highest people who were making all the decisions. Those guys that were like, I think 12 or something, maybe 14, all on a different post. Like some on health, and the other one was on.
Ministers are still counting.
Yeah. Now let
Oh,
me ask you this.
but they all leave politics at the moment, and I'm like, oh, are you afraid of something or?
Let me explain something to you, though. Think about this for a minute. They've basically, the government has destroyed many of the things economically there and production-wise when it comes to food. What happens when people start to go hungry?
Chaos. You get chaos.
People start bringing out the ropes.
We got Holland got guillotine, Roger.
Well, see, there you go. So think French Revolution, you know.
French Revolution. Not again.
Well, let's
Because
hope
then
not.
did they eat the people then?
No, they chopped off heads. 50,000 people were killed by Robespierre and his government. You know, 50,000 French.
Yeah, heads were flying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but did they eat each other or something?
No, they were not cannibals. They were just.
Yeah, but maybe when they were really hungry. This is really sick. But I was really wondering. I don't know anything about this, about French.
Yeah, I can tell that you don't know, but yeah, that was not happening.
That doesn't happen? Okay.
No, that was not happening. You know.
Because if you think that doesn't happen on the whims of, and I'm not speaking out of necessity here.
Okay.
I'm speaking
just from brutality.
For brutality, yes.
Okay.
That was Napoleon,
the Japanese did it.
Yeah, Japanese. Yeah, they did it. But they were extreme in many ways, right? Especially in wars. You know, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't connect that to Europe. You know, she was talking about France, right? That it's not something that was happening in France or in Spain or, in Europe.
There we have Ursula, right? Our friend in the European Union, Ursula. We will ban you from watching Russian state media.
That you have the other one also. There's also such a witch girl. What's her name again? Christine Lagarde, who's been actually prosecuted, I think. But she wasn't prosecuted because they thought she was such a nice woman, and she had just such a good reputation. And then they made her the president of.
They're all evil, they're all evil people.
And the worst ones are women, actually.
Technocrats, No one voted for Ursula von der Leyen, right? I did not vote for her.
Oh, me neither.
Oh, so that's democracy at its best, right? No one voted, but she was still elected, right?
It's called a technocratic government, right? No one voted for them, and now they're basically, giving out the shots in Europe. It's like...
Robert, what do you think of Dr. Evil Klaus? The Great Reset.
Dr. Evil Klaus.
Say that again.
The Great Reset.
Oh, Klaus.
Yeah, Klaus.
Well, okay, if you want my opinion of what they're looking for, there's a short story movie on YouTube called Beyond the Reset. Have you seen that?
No.
Okay, do me a favor, write this down. It's called Beyond the Reset.
We're going to show you.
What's depicted in that is exactly what Klausy Boy wants for the future of humanity.
Oh, he's a villain from James Bond, I think, with a white cat on his arm, and then
he is an authoritative coward.
Well, he is from Switzerland, right? Because that's something that I really don't understand. That WEF is I think it's located in Switzerland, but Switzerland is like one of the rare countries that's referenda and stuff. Like, what they don't do anything.
Yeah, but that's the short movie you should watch, because I do believe that's exactly what they want.
Is it too much for science fiction?
Pardon?
Too much science fiction, or
no? It's actually not science fiction at all.
Oh, great! Oh, thank the Lord. Oh.
No, it is not science fiction at all.
This may be fact someday.
Is it a documentary or a war movie?
No, it's just a little short movie that'll make you think really hard. No, I'm very serious.
There. So
watch this.
I'm gonna watch the role in this. Like, oh no, it's animated. Oh, what is this? We're gonna live in that. That looks like jail.
But you have to understand, and you're lagging really bad, Roger, unless it's me, and I don't think it's me. And I'm very serious. I think it is a very good depiction of a future possibility.
But
in fact, I think it's way too close to a depiction of a future possibility.
But this, you mean that every country looks like this, or?
For the most of the population, as Klaus Schwab would like to see it, certainly. But you have to watch it and then understand the context of everything that happens here. This is just the beginning, and this isn't. You have to watch the whole thing. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I will, but it shocks me a bit that it looks like a jail.
You do realize that many countries have quarantine camps built that look just like this.
I think I saw that in Australia or something.
Australia had them. Well, yeah, like the woman that they took that wasn't even positive for COVID, locked her up in there and said, well, she's got a room on the front porch. Okay, what's the difference between a room on the front porch and a prison?
Not much difference.
They lock people up in their hotel rooms and stuff, I think.
Forcibly.
Yeah, that was sick.
This is the power of the government, and they showed their teeth, right, during the pandemic, and, what are we going to do about it?
But they also showed the ignorance of law enforcement over there as well.
Yep.
That's why I point to the milligram experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a bit.
Pardon?
Because I know that name. I've heard of this before, but let me think.
What name? The milligram experiment?
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he just said it, but I've heard this before. So, but I just cannot remember what it was again.
Well, I would say look it up, and then there's actually some documentaries on it. But you can look up the results, and it'll tell you exactly what you need to know in one paragraph.
And it's nothing nice.
No, it's not.
Am I gonna cry?
It shows you exactly what can happen when people don't think for themselves and follow blindly their governments.
Yeah.
But
or authority figures.
as long as I don't see puppies dying and stuff, and I'm not gonna cry.
No, it's nothing like that.
Milligram is like MILLI, right?
Yeah.
Gore. Hello, Gore. Now, let's hope your microphone works and not a squirrel. Let's test it out.
Was it Milligram Project or what was it?
Experiment.
Oh, experiment. Yeah. Thanks.
You have no sound, Gore. I think you have to come back and try again.
Cool. Oh dear. Yeah. No.
Normally his mic is like squeaking. It's like you hear a chipmunk, but sometimes his mic is out, so he has to come back. Yeah.
It's actually kind of sick that they're playing all those fucking Jedi mind tricks. It's just like all. They
Yes.
sure know how to get
It's not a
started.
secret, right? It's all public.
They all tell.
Yeah.
It's like they're laughing in our faces or something.
They are.
Yeah, they are.
Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, when you hide in plain sight, or you make a lot of playing drunk, trashing some trash, that's the best way to stay unnoticed in occupied country. And another thing is, what was that again? That was a few topics back. It will come to me.
Milgram?
Yeah, I sent you the link, but it was not about that. Never mind, it will come to me.
Klaus Schwab, camps.
Good
Jail.
evening. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you
Yeah,
now,
we
Cor.
hear you.
Okay.
Hello. Is
Hey,
there
hello,
anybody
hello.
out there?
Hello,
He's from
hello.
France.
But the point of that is, though, when the police did what they did in Australia, they showed that they were willing to toe the governmental line, even though morally that was wrong. And arguably legally.
Legally.
That was it. It was about the police, but raise my hand first.
Oi.
Very.
Yeah, I didn't know if someone was in front of me. Yeah, it was about the police. The sad thing is that those people, and you too, Robert and my dad, he's a Royal Dutch Marine, when they are young, they think they are going to do a great job for the fellow people.
Yep.
Now, in the Netherlands, it's so that the oath they take is not for the people, but to the crown and the Justice Department. Not to uphold the law for the people, but for the crown, the king, and the Justice Department. So a lot of people get them while they're young, education, the formative years. These are the last line of defense in most countries for politicians.
Yep.
This is why there is now going to be a Eurogent force, I think.
Hmm.
Because some of them, especially in France, there was a whole streak of police people, women and males, that killed themselves in the first year because they couldn't handle the things they had to do.
Mm-hmm. That happens a lot
Those are
also in USA.
Yeah, well, I don't know. That I think that's very different per state even, or city in the state even. I don't know about that.
Yeah, true. I agree with that.
But it's the last job that keeps those people in place.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
No, it's true. You see, this is why they use young people to, to invade a country or whatever. They're ignorant, not to disqualify them or, they're still young. They're still in the prime of their life.
Ignorant doesn't imply dumb.
Mhm.
Just that they don't have the wisdom of years to independently think.
Exactly.
Newbies on the spot, depending on the government or something.
Mhm. And Eisenhower warned about this, the military-industrial complex.
Absolutely.
When was this? In 1418?
No. 1961.
Yeah.
Oh,
His
that's
farewell
kind
address.
of recent for you.
That was his farewell address,
Yeah. Well, even JFK talked about it as well.
Yep.
This is really scary because I was thinking about that guy that's running up for president now. That's Robert, I think. And all of a sudden you come like, JFK. Oh, wow.
Well, Robert Kennedy is junior.
Nephew or so?
Is a nephew, yeah.
Yeah.
You had Robert Kennedy Sr., which was the Minister of the Justice Department back then. And then the brother got shot. And then he ran for politics, Robert Kennedy, and he got shot.
Like just like we have in the Netherlands, Pim shot dead.
No.
And the guy is living the best life ever now with in a villa, I think, with a lot of money. After he's gone out of jail.
Well, that's hush money that they gave him, don't talk any further. But if you look at Sirhan, the guy who killed Robert Kennedy, he's still in jail. And he's not even from the U.S. He's from
And there's some
Lebanon.
questionable things about that too, because let's just say the forensic evidence doesn't match the story.
Manchurian Candidate, right?
From John or from the other one?
Both.
Oh.
If you look at the Warren Commission, there were like 6 people within the Warren Commission, and Kennedy fired those people, and suddenly they're in a commission to investigate his death. Yeah, right.
I think it's always kind of odd that they seem to always have bad cameras and stuff everywhere. That's I think that's very, very odd. That always the police officers or with that Epstein guy that he got the chance to kill himself in jail. No, they just looked away, or they just fell asleep, and then the cameras were off. They do have bad digital products, I think, in the USA.
Yeah. And he hung himself with a paper sheet.
Oh,
What?
yeah.
Epstein did not
Very
kill
convenient.
himself.
Yeah, very convenient.
What, with a paper sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sheet he had for his bed was made of paper, literally.
Yeah, but this is the most ridiculous story that I've ever heard. They all looked away.
Miranda, that boils back to what we were talking about. When people believe the absurd and continue with it, how do you define them?
Gullible is the word, I believe.
Yeah, gullible. Yeah.
I think it's a leak on knowing about life, about a deeper meaning of life as human being, what we are, one of you, one of me, one sun, one moon. So I think that power, what's inside of us human being, is we don't have words for it. So the deeper feeling and the intention. Excuse me, my English is not so
you're
good.
good. You're all right.
It's okay. It's okay.
I try to do my best.
Sure. Don't worry about it.
Well, trust me, I can't speak a lick of your language at all.
Oh, that's good for you. But I think that the power we have as human beings is speaking about that through the truth. Then you take the power away from that person, human being, who is in power, in control in his mind, but also real life for people, networks, the society. And when you come in that's like the chess player. Keep it simple. Sometimes you see the chess player loses his game and he is so in a state of mind, it's incredible, as if the world is bombed down. So that power of the human being about serious making choices in life by feeling is enormous. So sometimes when you have like-minded people in your normal social context, then you can handle life. It's easy. We need good water, good food, a house, a shelter for nature, etc. We want to smile, enjoy life, music, nice feeling. But when you're in some different level, different powers, and we talk politics, mamma mia, and you talk about economy and system, that's a different power. And that's not the behavior we expect from each other, like family, friends. Or
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but it's very, I mean, it can be really bad. It can be, get really confrontable, right? Because
I will confront you, Luca. You didn't raise your hand, and Miranda did. So, yeah, she has her highest, how do you say this? Priority.
The highest power.
No, priority.
Oh,
Go
okay,
ahead,
okay.
Miranda. And Bruca, it's simple. When you move the mouse around, there is a pop-up at the bottom, and there is a hand in that. And when you click on the hand, you raise your hand, and we all see it and hear it. Go ahead, Miranda.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to react on how do you call some people like that, because I really don't know. I think that there's a difference between people who aren't even open for hearing anything and people who are like well, you've got people who don't want to hear anything and they're just made up their minds and they just judge you or us because we're bad. But if they want to listen, then it's okay. But yeah, well, yeah, I really hate I hate it to say that some guys are stupid or something. Maybe unwilling to know people or something, or the keeping their eyes closed people. They are a danger to our democracy. Let's say it is like that, because yeah, but I wouldn't call them stupid. Would you call them stupid then, or dumb, Robert?
I would call them willfully ignorant. And you know,
On
the
purpose.
thing about those types, yes, exactly. Those types of people, though, they'll be the first ones to bandy about and bring you down and down talk you. But yet, when stuff goes south for them, they'll be the first ones knocking on your door saying, "Can you please help me?"
You think?
I know.
Okay. So the people that they all despise and all hate that much and all ridiculed and stuff, they then again they are, please help me. Yeah.
These people hate themselves, basically.
No. Bruca
Oh,
had his hand
sorry.
up.
Oh no,
Hi.
I just wanted to be, I'm going to be very short. I just wanted to say that, talking about politics can be really, debatable and, personal opinion. And, even in my family, we have that rule that we never talk about politics at all because, yeah, it can turn really, badly. And everyone has right, for their opinion, but it's not something you can really get into the fight, easy, any confrontation with someone when you talk about the politics, right? Because it's different agenda, it's different, idea, it's different, maybe, it's different politician, it's different, party. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that.
All right. Question: if you don't ever talk about politics, how do you ever resolve anything? If you don't have productive discourse, how do you come to any conclusions?
Everyone has his right for opinion, right?
And I agree with that. But if you don't talk about things, how do you know that your thought process is correct or reasonable?
I mean, everyone is right in his mind, right?
You remember what I said before about truth?
Mm-hmm.
There is no my truth or your truth, only the truth.
I agree. But especially in the family, how it is. Everyone has his not just right an opinion, but no one is backing off, and it's not something that is actually negotiable. It's not something that you can prove that I'm right and that you are wrong, because it's totally different agenda. It's totally different, and I know from my surroundings, I know families that don't even speak to each other because of the politics. So that's why you need to understand that the country where I'm coming from, politics is it's really big role. I mean, it affects all our lives, right?
Yep.
So, and it's also very sensitive topic always, right? And then I literally there I know families, they don't, brother doesn't talk with his brother or sister just because they don't agree, on the politics. They don't share same views, and they're ready to get into the fight and not to speak to each other just because of that. So that's why I think it's dangerous, from my surroundings, and from where I'm coming from.
Go ahead, Barry.
Your mic is out.
Yeah, I will enable it and also on the platform. Yeah, Bruka and everyone here, of course. It's also possible to speak about politics if both or more understand that people have different views and experiences and so. Like with tennis pros, one likes that one, the other one like that one, or Republicans or Democrats, free runners. But the way that we all handle this shows our understanding or even schooling. So when you respect someone else's view, and knowing that even if you make your own party, some people that will join your party will not agree with everything you want. That is the way forward. That is why democracy is one of the systems that has a lot of potential. Directly chosen sheriffs or mayors or whatever. There has to be some controlling hub, preferably people that we can control, that is totally open. And if you don't, like I said, if you don't mind politics, politics will mend you.
Yeah, but I think that it's in the nature of my people. We are very, we take everything by heart, right? And and that's how we react. We're very, feisty. We like to argue a lot about, not just politics, even sports, right? I mean, there are wars, on the streets because one is voting for one team and another is voting for another team,
Yeah,
and
no, that's sad in
it's
my
really,
eyes.
yeah, it's really bad, right? So it's just I think that's
Well,
like
if
the
both
culture is
like it,
different.
if both like it, we have hooligans too. and they fight each other voluntarily. They like to go in a fight with this club or that club, and they both agree to do that. No knives, no chains.
Yeah,
Let them be.
yeah,
Let
but you
them
know that
steam all.
doesn't. Yeah, but you know that doesn't work that way.
Here it does. Yeah, here it does.
I believe Cor wants to say something. Cor,
Sure.
your mic. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you. No, what I think, what I want to share is about human being. I think it's all about respect. And when I see respect, I travel in a lot of different countries and cultures and behaves of people. I'm an artist and I'm sharing life all the way, going through somebody's moment, real life. When it's there and the moment is there, and we create, and I create my art out of it. But then with highly respect, you can go with, you can feel somebody, his moment, his total, maybe opposite a way of thinking.
Corey, sorry to interrupt. You know I never do that. But can you make it concrete towards, for example, Putin or Zelensky, the Ukraine war? Because it's not the philosophical side of things now, but more like what is happening and how are we going to educate others and, like that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I think human being it's all about respect, and ignorant, or when you can't show respect to each other, then there are some problems, and maybe it's a mental health problem or some problems with people.
It doesn't have to be mental health
That's
problem.
what I want to say. Make it that short. Thanks, Barry. Yeah, keep it simple between people. I mean, you can talk about everything when you are a teenager with your friends. You discover life. You want to share, say everything with your childhood, with your friends.
Yeah, but you're coming from perspective that everyone is like you, and people are not like that. We're all different, right? So
yeah, but I understand what you say, Bruka. I understand, but we are human being. We are not animal, for example. So there is a basic thing. You understand? I keep it simple.
Okay. Robert has something to tell about that. If we are animals or no.
No. Something that I'd like to point out about this whole conversation is when people treat politics like a sport, you're going to have problems because those are based upon feelings. And it's like anything. When it comes to things of nature of our governance, or whether we go to war or any number of things, you can't make decisions based upon feelings. And I think what you're saying, Bruka, is maybe some of the problems that may be causing those is because people can't separate their feelings from the discussion.
Yeah, but there must be feelings involved when somebody lost someone.
I don't disagree, but let me ask you this: if I smack you in the head with a hammer, does it matter what the hammer feels?
It doesn't matter.
No, it's all about the balance. I think, Robert, about balance, about feeling and rational.
Yeah, for sure. But when you start taking feelings into a political arena or a war arena or anything like that, you're going to lose.
Well,
because feelings. Hold on. Feelings. Yeah. There's a saying. I don't want to say this derogatory because it is Roger's panel, but facts don't give an F about your feelings.
Yep.
Reality doesn't care about your feelings. And
no, I disagree. I disagree on that, Robert, with you.
Well, we can agree to disagree. So
no,
that's what the panel is for.
Because I think when I see in my own life, also 5.5 years serve with the Marine in Holland, with the King Army. So I did a lot of based on training skills and discipline and like it is and by head, calculating and so forth, but also about feeling. And we get trained by feeling also. And it's a good balance, because with your feeling, sometimes it was milliseconds, some things, some moments with some reality things, what was going on. So I'm giving thanks to my feeling because it saved my life more than one day. Hey.
Yeah, but you really couldn't from a different perspective, to be honest. And I just want to say, Robert,
Luca, bad news. Bad
oh,
news.
I know. I just want to say, Robert, because he was
Two
talking
people
about
there
that
in front of
before.
you.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be short. Robert said that he's not guided by emotions, and he thinks that is bad. But I also know that, and I can feel that he's a lot of patriot, right? And I'm pretty sure that I can provoke him to react by his emotion, just because of that.
I bet you couldn't.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just saying.
I want to address Core, and then I'll let Miriam speak, and then I'll address you, Luca. Were you ever in a war zone, Core?
I can't speak about my some things I did for my land because I have some secrecy in my contracts.
Okay, well, no, that's
my life.
But what I'm asking is, and this I can say firsthand from my experience of being in combat, I had to make a lot of choices that were not nice ones. And if I would have let emotions rule me instead of cold hard facts.
Yeah, not ruling. It's the balance.
Well, sometimes there is no balance because there's
but then you are don't use your emotion. If you can't control the balance, like military, what I did, and you can't control your emotion with the ratio, you're lost.
Oh,
but
yeah.
we get trained with the Dutch army, the group I was in, they trained us specially about taking your feeling and ratio and the balance. But the balance is all is the thing. You must know what you are doing all the time, no time at all.
Yeah, for sure. I will speak of that in my training. You were trained to control your emotions always, because it is an emotional thing, but you cannot allow emotions to dictate action. It never, I can give you some for instances, but they're not ones that I would do publicly. So I'll leave that at that because I don't want to delve any further into that. Miranda, you wanted to say something?
Okay, respect, brother.
Yeah, well, I actually just wanted to ask you, because when I was just going for a toilet break and I came back and I was like, huh? Emotions? Because I've always got the idea that if you're in a military, that you cannot you cannot even have emotions or something, because otherwise how would you cope with that? That was actually a question that I had, but then you were already telling it to Core, so I think okay, I think I know enough, but I'm not saying that you don't have a heart or something. Don't get wrong, but I cannot think of some way that a military guy is crying while he's running for his life or something. Yeah, well, for his life, okay, but running with his other military guys. With troops? Is that a troop? Also in America, troop?
Troop is in the cavalry, soldier is in the regular army.
Oh, okay. Well, no, another thing. But did you come out? You came out quite good, right? So you don't you now you have emotions, or can you show them?
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm no different than any other, married 35 years plus, kids, everything. I certainly know what emotions are, because even there's certain things I can't watch because it will trigger me.
But it is not like that they stomped you off in the military, and that you just couldn't find that back. I was just curious about that, but
I guess I didn't understand what you were asking.
Sorry, I was like, when you were in the military, I thought I heard sometimes that there are guys who come out of that and they stop with military things, and that they just end up with like traumas and stuff, and that they're not able to show emotions or whatever. But you're not like that, so that's good, right?
Not to show emotion is not good in the regular world, for sure. But dealing with some things, at times are very hard to deal with. Because the reality of the situation is it's controlled insanity, truthfully. And Bruca, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Yes, I want to say something about those emotions, because I see that, some of you might be confused about it. Yeah, fear is also emotion, right?
Yes.
Fear is emotion, and it's very strong emotion. And if you're, let's say, in the military or you're a cop, I can tell you that, when I was on a different, side of law, when I was doing some stuff, I was always I was never feared by the, older cops. I was more feared by the, the new cops that, can be guided, that can, shoot the first bullet, right? Just because of the fear that something can happen, right?
Yeah,
that happens a lot, and that is emotion that that we're talking about. So you can't be guided by that, especially if you're like, trained, to be on a field and, to, have a job like that. So I just wanted to say that.
So we've been live for almost 5 hours, and I'm going to close off. So I'll let other people finish their closing words. And yeah. So Barry,
Can we talk on for a bit or not?
Hold on, Rogier. Hold on. I don't know if you have seen it, but I'm live on 5 platforms. I can take over if you want.
Yeah, you should take over.
Yeah, of course, just gotten in. Robert is a nice guy, by the way.
Okay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Robert, I agree.
You can simply stop your live and I continue.
Yeah, why not? So
you're off to bed?
Not really. I've got other stuff to do. When you have to save the world,
Yeah, he's gonna jump on his horse.
Someone's gonna do it.
Yeah,
Roger. Next time I see you, you better have a cape on.
It's knight in shining armor. There he comes.
And what color of tights you wearing?
Well, I'm a Superman fan. So...
White, I think.
Okay, because I don't want to clash with you. I don't want to clash with you. We got to coordinate here.
Yeah.
He's gonna put on a wig, with those curls and stuff.
No,
Oh,
I'll
God.
still be around, but I'm gonna shut off the live stream. So. Yeah.
Sure, bro, no problem.
Okay, and if you want back in, just knock.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's
Rogier.
Ja.
Rogier, Marcel, hè?
Nee, ik ga er niet vandoor. Ik ga alleen de livestream beëindigen. Snap je?
Oh, ja, nou, oké.
Oh, you're
Dus
staying.
ik blijf wel hier.
Ik wist niet dat je boos werd.
Nee, dat niet. Maar
They're speaking Dutch, Robert. Do you think this sounds good or?
I have not a clue. When that goes on, I just sit back and wait.
Just be honest, Robert. It sounds
Like
terrible.
Chinese.
It sounds terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
anyway, people, thank you all for watching, and the stream is going to end. So Barry's going to take over.
Okay, bro. Take care.
Yeah, Barry, come on, we're gonna fly